that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limit.
Welcome to the NACL OQ round number 5, as we have 4 teams left gunning for the winners bracket grand finals, as I'm joined by an import from EU, Sader, on the casting desk.
Yeah, an import is a good way to put it. Import. I've been here longer than you have now at this stage. But yeah, very, very excited to jump back in. Obviously, I am a little bit more excited than usual because one of my favorite players is playing. Someone that I've watched now for 2 years alongside you, Crims. We've done this together. We've watched all of Zhao Danny's games, and I'm very excited to see my crazy degenerate Tristana once again jumping across the rift. Well, hopefully we'll get a Tristana mid, but Zhao Danny is one of my favorite players coming into this one. So very excited. How are you feeling about the matchup though? Because there is some names we might notice from the other side there.
Well, yeah, Citadel does have quite the names on paper here, and I knew you were going to be ride or die for Zhao Danny. That was already that was a forethought. I already knew that was going to happen. The problem is Zhao Danny is running up against Bradley again, playing against a previous NACL player. Last time it was Doxa. Now it's going to be Bradley. Zhao Danny always seemingly running into them. Now, we had a very controversial statement that Zhao Danny did best Doxa that one time in the tournament, and now it's time again for Zhao Danny to be tested by Bradley, who, I mean, honestly, everyone was hopeful for this player. A very, very good star player in the mid lane, and now making their way back into the NACL.
Yeah, I remember Bradley from very, very long time ago. He was actually on TL Academy and TL Challengers. Played a lot of time there, and that's where I am also first started seeing him, was also with CCG Esports. So I've done a lot of work for them previously. So I do have a lot of love for CCG, and I do really enjoy Bradley's playstyle. A lot of Azir, Aurelia, Zoe, and Zed. So very assassin heavy and wanting to go in and wanting to impact games. So I've always really enjoyed that. But he has also played some other things in the past. He has been a star player in playing Jack's top in one of the games in the NACL. I remember that one because he got a pentakill on it, as I did remember watching that one. So Bradley, one to watch as well. But Zhao Danny actually going to take away the Lucian. I thought that would have been a nice mid lane pick for them, but no, going into this one, Talia being taken away, a favor over here in EU. We do love to see our Talias when we're playing in that mid lane, Ambessa. So if we want to take away the Ambessa, do we start to see more top laners start to disappear? Because that opens up a lot of rumbles, etc.
Yeah, usually the go-to is Ambessa, Verispan. There it is. That's getting traded over. Doesn't seem like they are willing to pick it first on blue side. I do think Ambessa has a lot of counters, but it is definitely going to be ban-worthy throughout the tournament. Senna, the new technology, going to be removed here. Everyone's been playing the Senna recently. And it's just the crazy scaling in the kit and the survivability in lane has something no one really has an answer for just yet, as the Azir gets removed. Usually we're going to see a jungler here. What do you think, Insider?
To be honest, I'm currently in the pool of just taking the Maokai first when it comes to these kind of games. It's one of my kind of go-to picks, but they're actually going to opt into taking a priority mid laner with Victor, which does open up a Silas for me in my mind. It's something you can hover in your head. It's very good in the lane. It also can take the ult, so it is something we could look at. Vi, even with her current nerf, still sticking around in the kind of lower tiers of this competitive kind of jungle pool. Not the biggest fan of taking it this early, but it is good into Victor if you go down the Leona or Nico route. More lockdown, set it up with the Vi. Now they just need to get their damage on board, and they might have an answer for that, Victor.
Yeah, also a lot of single target mid laners you could pair up with the Vi. So Kenvi in the jungle role there is going to be assisting, as we have the counter Nocturne into the Vi. Obviously Nocturne does have good 1v1 versus the Vi, but in terms of the rest of the team comp, we are also going to see Tristan on the bot lane. So this is seeming like a pretty heavy dive comp already.
Eyebrow raised, ready for this one. I do really like Nocturne into Vi, not just for the 1v1 kind of threat. It's like when Vi goes, Nocturne can turn the lights off, and then the follow-up becomes a lot harder because you start to lose vision because Vi can cover a great distance with that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how that one's going to match up, what the timings are going to be, how good will Rose Thorn be at shutting down that Vi and leaving them in the dark. Terrible pun, but nonetheless. Rel, Nar, some decent takeaways there. I would like to see Zhao Danny play maybe Tristana mid and send the Victor down to the bot side and make it a little bit spicy for us, but it should be Tristana bot into that Kalista with the Nico. So a nice easy throw the Nico in, get that ult all ready and served up. Lovely knockups. A lot of setup, but the damage is still quite low, I think. Like Nico and Kalista are not exactly known for multiple targets. They kind of pick off one at a time. So maybe something in that top side that can get a bit more AoE done, but they're going to go for a more engage. They're going to take the Galio on top of that. There has to be a rumble in that top side somewhere, right?
A rumble on the top side, pair with that Vi AD in the jungle, just flanking that jungler with AP champions here. Rakan will be providing great engage with the Nocturne combo. I think it's a really strong combo. If you really want to go deep into a team fight, those two champions together will give you enough CC, and they're going to pick up an Udyr for the top side. Very much a neutralizing champion. If you're picking it blind, you're just going to say, hey, you're not going to do anything top lane here, picking up this champion.
Will it be a Nocturne top? I've seen a couple of Nocturne tops over the last while. It could be a bit of a bounce.
I might have to pick up some Strumpus research here on what the tech is from them.
Yeah.
As Nocturne top,
maybe.
I don't know if you want to pick Nocturne top here. If the option is up, Tristana top. I'm just imagine that would be
a bit crazy, but yeah, I do think Udyr is currently stronger in the jungle. He's not a very competitive pick. He's very solo QS. He's very I want to do this myself. So it is actually going to be the Nocturne jungle. Okay, I don't know how the Udyr is going to do into Yorick. Obviously, Udyr's going to have a much harder time getting out of the hold that Yorick has. Just put up those little walls, trap him in there. But if Udyr's in there with the Yorick, you could always go into that bear form and just start slicing, get that lightning going. There's a couple of options there. I'm expecting a Phoenix stance, but when it comes to Yorick, there's a couple of different things you could do. Maybe, just maybe UCI here, they've cracked the Yorick top code and they will be able to show LCK how it's done.
Yeah, the Phoenix stance probably going to be a primary factor in that top lane. Just to AoE down the waves. It's your only range is Udyr, so if you're trapped in the pit, you could just use that as well as for kiting up in the top lane here. But here's our comps overall, Sader. It looks like the teams are giving us time to talk about it. Who do you favor in this matchup?
Well, if I go against Zhao Danny, I'll get flamed by production because all I ever talk about is Zhao Danny. But I am genuinely liking the look from the bot side here as they have just gotten around the back, Instinct, Diamond onto Gorica here. Gorica is going to be able to make that little jump, save themselves a little bit of space. I think there could have been more done by Bradley there, just a little bit. Could have walked in a little, but no, it will be a nice little kind of we know what you're thinking kind of style coming through, but there's still a lot that could have been done. I feel like that was maybe a wasted opportunity.
They did get the W start. Rush. They got the W start on Gorka, so the push power at level 1 for Tristana is going to be abysmal on the fact that it's already Kalista and Nico in that bot lane. So I think they're going to get very good control. Yeah, they're holding it and they're zoning.
Yeah.
Oh, they lose a minion. All right, that's kind of big, Sader. What are you thinking? Because this is already a very dominant bot lane.
They're going to lose more than one. They're going to lose more than one here. I think Diamond just has that pressure to be able to keep them back. I think 2 were lost total there in terms of XP. Yeah. So Instinct and Diamond are starting this one off really, really well. On the other side, though, Gorica, Tristana can do both things. She can scale and just become a menace, or she can go all in and be a menace. And I think it mostly comes down to Chick-fil-A and how they want to do it. I think it comes down to this Rakan. If Rakan wants to play this lane aggressively, it's on the Rakan. Other than that, Gorica can just sit back and scale. Kalista is stronger with kills, and to give them enough time, Tristana will actually beat Kalista in those later stages, because that knockback changes how Kalista plays completely, because it's an on-hit click, and you just send that Kalista into the depths. That's all you have to do. So I don't mind this. I don't mind Gorica giving up what they have to here, playing it safe. I am excited to see Bradley in this mid lane, though, with the phase rush. I just love super speed Galios. I think that's brilliant. as
Yeah.
we have pauses coming through as we look towards this top side and Strompest. As you can see in the top left, health is depreciating.
Yeah, the poke coming through. Surprising. Udyr usually dominates in the early phases. I do want to make sure that everyone knows that Chick-fil-A is actually Cerulean. So if you've heard of Cerulean before, you'll know. So they allow name changes. You can just put whatever you want. And that does make it very confusing for the casters, Sater.
Yeah, it is for us, and I will definitely get it wrong because I read what I see. But you can correct me every time. I won't mind. I won't get upset.
Just for the viewers to understand, who is, the history of this player, Cerulean, of course. Just going to keep that in mind here. But they are in a tough spot, and Gorka already half HP in what, people kind of forget, but Kalista can be a poke champion, and a very strong poke champion at that. So Gorka is in a tough spot.
Yeah, we could see a Qmax coming out from the Kalista just for that heavy poke. It's not the perfect build. It's not the best in slot, what everyone kind of goes for. But I believe it was one of the Lost Ratones games. Crowny was screaming about a Qmax Kalista beating him in lane, because he just couldn't survive the poke. And there is small intricacies when it comes to champions like that, where you can be a bit of a menace by just changing up the playstyle just a little bit. But right now, Xiao Danny getting the better of Bradley for the moment, getting that wave shoved in. They're going to look to drop that ward, knowing that there could be a Vi hiding around somewhere in that bottom side jungle. As you do see Kenvi pass over, does spot out a ward using that sweep, and does spot the mid lane, do spot the jungler. And a much faster clear coming out from Kenvi so far anyway.
So one of the weaknesses of Tristana Satyr, I'm sure you're very well aware, is it's just extremely difficult to CS under turret because of your passive. And you can start to see it showing here as it's going to be a 2x lead for Instinct in this bot lane. And they already lost the plate. The health is dwindling. They're trying to sustain what they're on. But there's just no assistance from Rosethorn yet. And I don't blame Rosethorn. You're a Nocturne.
Yeah, I do like the Nocturne pick though, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to turn off the lights for the Vi. That's something I talked about in the pregame. So I'm just waiting for Nocturne to get to that 6. We'll start to see the impact then. But with everything being so calm right now and everyone really taking their time, I guess the main thing is Victor has 3 starting items. How do you feel about that kind of build?
The super scale. Into Galio. Galio's not really gonna destroy your lane. So if you want to take that as free scaling time, I think that's a pretty smart choice, to be honest, from Xiao Danny. So I'm gonna approve of it in this matchup.
See, I would have approved of it automatically because it's Xiao Danny, and Xiao Danny can do no wrong. So I have to ask you these questions as we're going to make sure we're on the same page. But right now we are seeing
you strategically criticize it's a criticize.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I can't say anything bad about Xiao Danny. I have to be very smart about this. But we do have the first spawn of the Drake. Now, this is where we start to see people start to change things around. We immediately see Udyr has moved down to that bot side. They're going to move the bot lane up to the top. They want to get some more pressure on that Yorick, and they want Udyr to be the one to help cover the Nocturne. There is a very, very high chance that they don't even go for the Drake. They completely give it up, and they want to play towards these grubs. Now, Udyr versus Yorick. Yorick has a much better time split pushing because Yorick is designed to do this. That is Yorick's whole thing. That's what Yorick wants to do. Summon the Maiden, hit towers. So moving this bot side up immediately and saying, look, we want to get grubs. Let's not let Yorick get online. Great decision making coming in from UCI, but we do see Vi is taking the Drake on the bot side for free. It is warded. There will be no response. And it's going to be just a nice swap in terms of like what you want to do late, but not even a sniff of a contest onto that Drake does make me feel a little bit sad.
The Cluster, Instinct is in such a strong position. Plus with the push, the perma push, I think it would be very detrimental to go for that dragon. And you also deny Yorick the grubs, plus giving Tristana grubs would be an excellent boon for their team. Also, Gorka already getting so much more CS by dodging the Kalista lane. As we have Philip hitting level 6, gets the Maiden. This is a huge breakpoint for the Yorick.
Yeah, we will see the knock up there from Rakan, missing on everything but the little... What are they actually called? Little maidens?
That
wasn't meant to happen.
Picking up first blood here into Strompest. Yeah. especially on the Udyr. Supposed to be able to play safe, shield up, and Phoenix Dance those minions down. But look at that. Also, plates going over. Instinct getting off to a nice start. Would like to see the gold lead. How close are they to the first item is a big deal right here, Sater.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually like buying wards, which I'm telling all the ADCs I'm kind of coaching now. It's like you never buy a pink. If ever, you only ever buy one in the whole game. Never spend money on them. Don't do it. It's a support job. I'm fed up of seeing ADCs build them, but it is a sizable lead. 700 gold already.
Yeah, I think one is allowed, but sometimes they take it a little too far. Just completely rooted up from Diamond, and Instinct has the gusto to finish it off under the turret there, as they are going to be up in the top side now. Trying to buy control of these grubs. Oh my, the poke coming through. Gorka just has to take it after not dodging that route. And they might just be losing grubs. Ooh, they did the early rotate, but they weren't able to secure the area. And now Instinct and Diamond up here, Sater. It's just going to be a steamroll into another objective. Playing around this Callista lane. Oh, Shampus is here. So they really don't want to put Gorka into Instinct right now. What do you think about that decision, Sater?
I think my previous estimation of that they wanted to get the grubs might have been incorrect, and that they're actually just too scared of playing that lane with Tristana into the Callista. And now they're just completely weak-siding their Udyr in the hopes that Tristana can scale. And I think the issue with this is that Strampus is going to get dove, and that's a 4-man dive, knock up, dead.
Yeah, this is nice coordinated play coming out from Citadel. And it looks like they might be trying to find something on the backside. Bradley here is being stunned up. Damage is coming through. Meanwhile, Nocturne, Rosethorn does slay Kenvi. Gonna get the turnaround as Rosethorn does escape. Yao Danny and Cerulean trying to find some finishing kills. Instinct is dodging. So far, the stun does now land. Zhao Danny with the laser on the way out. Bradley's coming back. Does have full array of spells. And it's just going to be one taunt onto Zhao Danny. This is such an extended skirmish. Rosethorn trying to push it back. Ultimate on Rakan might be the difference maker there. As it was basically was that a 1-for-1
tower? It's a 10-minute tower in the bot side. Yorick has just taken the bot tower, and we see Gorika now in a world of trouble as well. But an under 10-minute tower for this Yorick.
It is crazy. I mean, Instinct did most of the work, so we're just gonna have to give credit where credit's due. But Philip there to finish off and give the tower first blood as well. So yeah, Gorka's just having such a rough time of it because it's not good to play into the Yorick either. At least 1v1.
No, but like look across all of the other towers. It's like 5 plates, 4 plates, 3 plates, and then a tower has just disappeared. There's just a tower that's gone. That is incredible work from Citadel to get the first tower. Like we have first tower before we have the feat of warfare. Before there's been 3 kills for one team. That is just crazy to me. I think this happened the first NACL we done last year as well, or the first Titan we done on this new season. That this was the first game we saw, and it was tower first on this, and it's like this is crazy. Yeah, that sets them up perfectly to be able to send anyone they want into that long lane. They can be able to hold those waves indefinitely now at this stage, and they don't have to worry about trying to get to that tower, trying to get plates. At the moment, it is Bradley just sitting down there farming away happily, and yeah, they've just opened themselves up to a very, very nice start. They get one more kill, they complete the feats, they get very early boot upgrades, and Yorick now up on that top side. Maiden has been spawned. They're going to continue forcing down those towers, and I don't think anyone is in a position right now to contest them on any of this. As Zhao Danny doing their very best, but Philip is just very, very far ahead with all that bonus gold.
Yeah, they're winning the side lanes, and they are just dominating in map control already, as you're pointing out here, Sater, 11 minutes in. And they're going to be able to pick up a clean second dragon here, as well as the fact that Philip is working their magic on that top turret as well, and it's getting quite low. We're going to have UCI pull up 3 members to stop this. Going to be making a bit of a cross-map play here. I think it's a good idea, but Philip's going to deny them the kill.
Yeah, Philip's going to deny them the kill. It's going to step off. They might be able to get some damage on this tower and get themselves some plates, but that tower will not be falling. They do not have grubs. Warfare feats have been completed. They've got everything they need now, Citadel, in terms of setting themselves up for a win. Because those extra boots, they do matter now. They have changed in the most recent patch in the and the changes over to the Spirit Blossom. And yeah, these things are going to matter. And this is clinical from Citadel right now. And this is the Team Liquid effect, I'll say.
That is quite a call out, as well as quite the macro coming out from Citadel. I have to say, beautifully done. Even though they did lose one member, the Kenvi on the Vi. Sometimes that's just what you got to do in the jungle to make plays for the team here. And it is looking very good. Now, Philip is in trouble here. We have the ultimate, the Nocturne, calling the darkness, but it is a bit of a bait. Can Philip get out of here? Is just hot on the heels. Cerulean turning it around, saying, oops, I don't think I'm going to commit into that. And again, neutralizing play on the weak side for Citadel.
Yeah, and more importantly, a great read coming in from Diamond there, hovering around the Yorick, staying in that top side, staying hidden as a minion, and baiting that one in. Strompus trying to get the better of Bradley now. Does have that upgraded ultimate ability from the Udyr, but choosing not to use it just yet. Not going to opt. There's the Phoenix stance, going to clear that wave out, step back, and allow Bradley to clear up another wave. They can't stay in this long lane when there's no tower for protection. They need to constantly be safe. And we also have to point out, look at the vision control as well coming in from Citadel. They still have that pink deep in the bot side jungle. They are currently in the top side jungle, dropping more wards as they clear everything around. And it's just, their control in this game is amazing.
I mean, they're getting quite the gold lead without even kills. But it does look like they're finally going to go for one. Top turret, TP coming in to dissuade this dive. Diamond, Kenvi trying to get the finish onto Cerulean. Is going to be using that mobility to get out of there. But again, it's just going to be a straight win. They don't even commit that much on the side of Citadel. And Cerulean has to back.
Yeah, now Rosethorn getting collapsed on by 2 as the ult comes out from the Vi. They have set this one up, but Diamond does not have the damage. That is a support Nico. That is not a damage Nico just yet. They do have shields and a Hextech alternator, but not enough damages. Instinct now setting up Garika. You have to clear this wall, but the taunt, no, Bradley misses it, and the flashback over the wall. Great moves come in from Garika. They do get the knockback, and that does set it up, but Instinct, even with the barrier, will not survive. Shutdown goes over to the Tristana, but with all those assists going over to the rest of the team, might still be a little bit worth.
Yeah, I think that's going to be worth for the side of UCI there. Anything that equalizes their AD carry position is going to be good for them. And Instinct thought the barrier could save them, but the ramp up on the turrets now after the past few patches, Satyr, it's no joke. The amount of damage that the turrets do, especially the AD carries, low armor, is just insane. And so Instinct taking those turret shots is going to just give over the kill. But I mean, the map movement. The map movement coming out from Citadel is immaculate. And yeah, I can't see, just barely didn't have the vision. And the flashback over from Gorka is very good. And look at the ramp up damage. I mean, that's like 3 shot of your AD carry with just the turret.
Yeah. That was the interaction I was talking about, though. Knocking that Kalista back and stopping that Ren from going through was massive in keeping Garika alive for as long as they could. Eventually, it didn't matter as the flash back in came from Instinct, but the trade back is the most important thing there for the Tristana. But we do see that UCI have managed to pick themselves up a Rift Herald. This might give them the chance to break open the mid lane, gives them some sort of map control. But Yorick still having a great time in that top side. Another tower gone.
Yeah, I mean, 30 CS lead also on the top side. And just going to be a side lane menace with the Grubs here. If you leave this champion alone with a turret, it will not last, as they're looking to knock down this mid lane. Now, one advantage for UCI is the low range of Citadel here. They really have to commit if they want a turret later. And that does end up becoming a very big deal in the mid to late game.
Trump is stepping forward here, like, can we fight? Can we fight? Can we fight? And the rest of the team's like, no, please, no, God, no, we're not doing this. As all of your players, I think
that's more like a get out of my lawn, get out of my jungle kind of play here. Kenvi going in. Looks like they want to get this vision here. Trumpist is on the other side. Kenvi, now we have the darkness from Nocturne going straight onto Instinct. Charm as well is going to be CC'd for now. Rakan is onto this champion, but there's just no more damage, and now it's being flipped around for the side of Citadel, trying to back out. Philip has gone down. The Yorick not going to be able to tank up that much. Bradley flashing out. A lot of health bars, very low on the side of Citadel, and it looks like there was enough disruption from the side of UCI to kind of neutralize that fight, but it looks like nothing's going to be gained.
It's a 1-for-1, but more importantly for the side of UCI, their jungler is the one to fall, so they cannot go on to this Drake while Kenvi still being up. Does give them the opportunity to stick around. Philip does fall in that fight, so they won't have any more side lane pressure. You do see Strumpus push towards that bot side. Zhao, Danny and Bradley now doing what mid lanes like to do and just trade it out and nothing actually happens. But yeah, Strumpus got a decent push on the bot, but couldn't stick around. So nothing really gained from that fight, but maybe just a little bit of belief that that fight can happen. As we get this replay here, I think the Nico ult was probably the most important one to buy space here, as Instinct was feared by the Nocturne, and the space being bought there by the support was more important. So you see here, it does get spell shielded the first time around, and there's not enough there. The fear comes true, and they do manage to buy a little bit of space. Kenvi actually ults onto the Nocturne, buying Instinct time. Instinct could have went down very easily there, but managed to survive. Philip falls. On the other side, we see Rose Thorn fall. As on the other side, you see Strumpus just died. That happened.
Yeah, Strumpus looks like they got caught here. Citadel looking to finish off Rose Thorn. This might be a huge mistake. Jungler is down, and what the heck happened during that replay?
Yeah, it looks like maybe it was just a catch onto Strumpus, or it was another like get out of my jungle moment coming from Strumpus, and maybe just went a little bit too far. But Philip right now, look how aggressive Philip is into Zhao Danny.
That's
Just
one
doesn't care.
trade. That is one trade from the York, and Zhao Danny has backed. Interesting build onto the Victor. So coming back to it, looks like Lichbane coming into the fold here, as Gorka is in the face of this Vi, getting punches to the face. Instinct here with the cease and desist. Looks like they're going to be able to pick up that kill. Cerulean just going to have to run away, but there's no champions to jump to. Grand entrance, going to buy some distance, and it looks like there's going to be no kill there. But, Satyr, this might be a complete disaster in terms of the map for UCI.
Yeah, so this is where the Drake had been started up, obviously, and Strumpus, yeah, just on the wrong side of this fight, doesn't have the flanking power that
Gets caught.
might be needed. As, yeah, it gets caught. As we do see Bradley escaping from this as well. I believe they do manage to get out of this one. There was the Rift Herald popped as well, so it does get the Tower Rose Torn, but just a little bit too much used there. And Strumpus getting caught. As we're going back to live here, as we do see Zhao Danny is trading once again with Bradley. Nothing really being done here, as the jungle also being stolen away by Kenvi. So their control continues, and they haven't really given up, as Rose Thorn going to ult straight in onto Bradley. Bradley is feared, but it's still alive. There's not enough damage there. Zhao Danny's starting to get it down, starting to get something done. Knockups come through, and they finally shut down Bradley, but they've used a lot. What are they going to be able to do with that? Is it possible?
There. But there is going to be no response. Instinct still in the mid lane. If it is, they're going to have to push mid lane first. Instinct is staying there. Looks like with the pings, they're just going to try to trade turrets. Remember, Citadel are the ones with the grubs here, so they should have the advantage on these turret plays. As the backs come out from UCI trying to catch this mid lane wave. Looks like Instinct does not have enough time.
No, Instinct. It's not a time thing. Not enough minions. Not enough cannon fodder to run into that tower to keep Instinct there to get that one. The Envy now going to go back into their own jungle for once. Pick up what they can as Instinct goes and collects that free red. One of the best changes I think Riot had made that they clearly robbed from Wild Rift. But,
oh, was it? Okay, I did not know.
Yeah, straight up it was Wild Rift, and then Ivern became a champion. They were like, oh, that's a good idea, we'll take that. And then they just removed it from Ivern and took it completely. But yeah, really, really good work coming through there to get some pressure on the map, but Instinct wasn't able to get the tower. But look, they have 3 Drakes, 3 Grubs. They lost Rift Herald. Akatan is the next option for them, but that's going to be a flash. That's going to be an all-in. That's going to be a attempted dive. Galio arrives, but is it enough?
The combo.
The knock-ups, there it is. There is the kills. 1 for Instinct, 1 for Bradley, and that is Akatan secured here for CIT.
Wow, that was very much unexpected. Yeah, Danny didn't think that they were in danger, but I have to say it was a bit tricky. Kenvi really extending that range with the flash ultimate as well as the Q, and picking up that kill on Zhao Danny, who's really the heart of the team fight for UCI right now, is going to give over the Otacon. And man, Citadel are on a roll. And I have to say, it is such measured play coming out from Citadel. Like, they're not over-forcing. These are clearly set-up plays. They have the idea in mind, and they're capitalizing. And they're just using the map movements and controls so well. It just seems like it's so suffocating to play against this team, Satyr.
Yeah, as we do see that on the pip camera down the bottom there, they are forcing in towards that ball at the topside inhib. But we do see a TP coming in from the
Hey,
back here.
Strumpet?
Strumpet is going to try and get something done here. He has landed straight onto the Galio. Have they got enough damage to deal with the Nico? Yes, they do. Can they get anything else from this? As Kenvi has decided to go in. Instinct is here. More TPs. Philip has arrived. Can they get rid of this Callista before that round comes through? Instinct does survives. He's okay stepping back. He's in a good position. Here comes the rest of the team. Gorica managing to step away, but will be too low to continue. Kenvi stepping out. Strumpet doing their very best here. Healing, shielding. Philip doesn't care. Kenvi arrives and everything just gets eviscerated. Gorica the last one standing.
Just out of reach of Zhao Danny there. Kenvi over the wall. Just biding time, waiting for that moment to pounce. Gorica just hiding away from this bush. Dun, 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 dun. Kenvi finds it. Oh, wait, the turnaround. Even though the cease and desist came through, Gorica is able to pick up the kill. Maybe it was Kenvi who should have been scared. Bradley, though, going to use the vision over the wall. Flash. Taunt is getting buffered. Gorica doing a really good job of extending this. Might have found their exit. All right, Gorica, we see you. We acknowledge your play.
It was good. It was very, very good. I'm just looking at the Bradley with the Justice Punch just flying off in the wrong direction. That's just in my brain now. But yeah, no, really, really good work from Gorica to continue to survive and buy a lot of time and obviously get that kill back onto Kenvi. Does give them the opportunity to maybe contest this Drake, but there still is a Callista Ren they have to work through. So all eyes on Rosethorn. Can you get here? Will Kenvi get here first? It's being started, but no one wants to step near the pit. No one wants to auto-attack this as Philip. They're doing it solo as Strumpus now stepping into the fight. Kenvi has arrived. Rosethorn is onto the back. It looks like a 1v1 by the junglers. But here comes the engage. Here comes the combo. Here comes the Rakan onto the back. The charm, the knockups, the hits. Everything is there.
Oh, Bradley!
See how it works. They've got everything they need. And there's a 4-man knockup coming in from Diamond. It is picture perfect plays from CIT. And you don't even really need the Drake. You just can finish it from here.
Yeah, the Drake really baiting them into that fight, and Citadel capitalizing perfectly. Double massive AoE ultimates hitting with Bradley and Diamond on the Nico. That was just lights out there. Looks like they're going to go ahead and extend this over to Baron Control, spawning in about 14 seconds. I think they had time for a reset, but I guess they don't feel like doing that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by how they didn't just go down mid. I always feel like every single team just goes for it, especially with 3
grubs. Like turret, reset, and then play for Baron, right? I mean, they don't have to, but I mean, that was probably the most straightforward play, right?
Well, I think they could have left one at Drake, went down to the mid lane, opened the base up, got the inhib, reset, and then went for Baron, maybe? Something like that.
Yeah, that would also be a good play. No problem with the way they did it. We're just talking about optimal here. Rosethorn kind of trying to provide that zoning onto Kenvi, eventually going to use the Vault Breaker over the wall. Bradley with the huge ultimate starting this up. And then what we can see here is the Pop Blossom just perfectly layered. Instinct free firing the whole time, completely safe in the backline. And, I mean, there's just nothing they can do in the face of all that CC. And Bradley is just such a wall for the team of Citadel right now. And UCI cannot break through.
No, it's just when, like, you have a tank Udyr not really doing too much damage right now, just needs to stay alive. And you have Nocturne that's, like, trying to focus on the big targets. Black Cleaver is completed, but no Hextech Alternator or Hexplate. Yeah. It just doesn't really have the same juice, and you're not really getting the most damage you can out of it. As never mind, they're going to go towards that top side and try to take out Philip on either side of this, but
Bradley's
is here, support is here. This is very reminiscent of Faker in the last one. Does he survive? Can he live? This is going to be the actual T1 moment coming through. It is. It's a T1 moment. Oh my god.
Just don't have the damage. I mean, if we look at UCI, the damage is quite low. They're really kind of forced to dive onto the backline of Citadel. And if you're just going straight onto Philip and Bradley, that's already a recipe for disaster, as it looks like that was the last defense. That was kind of the Ura, the Hail Mary, and it is not going to work out for UCI.
No, they are on to the Nexus now, but they're taking their time with this one. We do see a shutdown coming through as Trompus manages to get one back, but 1-7 is not a winning scoreline as Gorica now in a hell of a lot of trouble. Double kill now for the Callista. They're looking for the Quadra, possibly here. Taunt onto it. Quadra kill for Instinct to finish the game off. Fountain farming UCI here, but CIT, incredible play start to finish.
Citadel showing why they are such a force in this OQ. And they made it look very dominating on their side. Look at that gold graph. Just doesn't stop going towards their way. And off the back of Instinct, as well as Philip in that top side, look at the damage graph. It's not even close in the 80 carry department, unfortunately for Gorica. And the big question there is, handing over the Callista to Instinct and then just getting dominated in lane. It's easy to see in hindsight, but man, can they really utilize a strong bot lane.
Yeah, they really just took over immediately, straight up from the pathing, forcing Gorica into the jump, then holding the wave, forcing them back, making them swap and change around the map to try and get something for Gorica, even though Gorica ended up doing quite well and kind of controlling some of those later stages and free firing. They could never get through Bradley. And I think Bradley is the unsung hero here, we have to say, because just came in with the Galio, became the wall, always there in time. But I think for game one, my MVP is going to be Diamond. That Nico play multiple times from reading the game correctly in the top side, big team fights, 4-man ults, and constantly being where they need to be. Incredible play from the support. So my MVP for game one anyway.
All right, going to give the support their flowers here. As we're going to go ahead and send it to a break. UCI have to gear up, prepare for a comeback here because that was looking like a very strong game one from Citadel. So don't go anywhere as we are returning to more OQ. And welcome back, everyone, to the OQ Round 5. This is game number 2 between UCI and Citadel. And they gave us an absolute show for game number 1, Seder. Citadel looking extremely powerful. Can't let them get a lead in that bot lane because the way that they move around the map, control, macro, getting the vision, it just seems like there's just no plays to be made for UCI. And so now, Seder, I mean, it's your job. What do you think they should do on the opposite side?
So when we were in the break room, or the green room, we'll call it, and we were talking about it, I think the main thing I want to talk about is the fact that they looked so prepped. It looks like this is something they've practiced. This is something they're well drilled in. They know their timings. They know when they have to move. They know everything they have to do as CIT. The only thing that might have thrown them was the lane swaps. But every single moment of the game felt like it was pre-planned by them, from vision to their setup to their positioning. Everything seemed perfect. Now, that's game 1. Game 2, everything has changed. We're in Fearless. There's the next set of bans. This is when we get into crunch time. Game 1, you have so many options. Game 2, you're not going to have as many. So, going into this one, I think UCI overall have an idea of how CIT play, and that's the most important thing. They'll have an idea of how they want to play it. The kind of all-in junglers follow it up with great CC. They've lost the Vi, one of the best engages in the game, because it's point-click onto a carry. They've lost Galio, which is point-click, follow the thing that's trying to get onto the carry. And then you have the NACL gone, which is also really, really good setup. They've lost some of the key components to this comp. We haven't seen enough of CIT coming into this to go, they have other comps they can play. They have other styles they can play. They've thrown a lot of this team fight comp straight in, went for it with a split pusher. What else can they play along these lines that can play the same style? Or do they have to swap it up? Are we going to see more poke coming out? Are we going to see more skirmish heavy mid laners like Akali's and stuff like that? Everything could change coming into this. That's how Fearless works. So UCI, I think they had their ideas of what they wanted to do. It didn't work. Fall back on your secondaries. Put Xiao Danny on a carry mid laner that can bully. Something that can really put the pressure onto Bradley. Victor into Galio was never going to work. That's a scaling into an absorb pressure kind of champion. Lucians, stuff like that into the mid lane. Get pressure, get moving around the map, put everything onto Xiao Danny. That could change things up. Have a jungler that can sit mid. That could definitely work as well. Towards that kind of top side, everything seemed okay, and then Philip just became Yorick. So maybe a little bit more pressure in that top side as well, something a little more combative. There's nothing wrong with playing Renekton. Anyone that watches or plays in NALC, listen to me. Renekton is a good champion. Stop being scared of it. I never see it. It's good.
And then the stand over here.
I just think it's a really good champion. It has really good trade patterns. You can bully, you can stay safe. It's just a brilliant champion. But we're also not seeing Gwen's right now. Gwen is something I want to see very, very soon, Crims. Bot lane, I have no thoughts. I'll let you talk about bot lane.
No thoughts on the bot lane.
Like, lane they play. No thoughts.
Obviously, losing your E on level 1 Tristana W start was not the look Gorka and Cerulean were going for on the bot side, and it did have very drastic results for them. So probably kind of just going to chalk that up to level 1 getting caught. Obviously, Citadel on the invade. That was a great invade to call out kind of the setup of UCI. So in terms of that research there, showing. But, I mean, Instinct just has other champs in the pool as well that they kind of need to get to the BO5, right? Because right now, if they lose 2 more games, UCI, right, they're going to be knocked down to the loser bracket. And then that's when, like, the weird picks aren't going to be coming through, right? Usually game 4, game 5, that's when it's like, what is your pool? What is the test? And that's where maybe you could catch other teams off guard. And UCI, you kind of have to earn it right now after this game number 1. If we go to game number 2 and it's a 0-2, that pressure starts to build. If they even have 1-1, then they can start to feel a little bit of relief and that potential to get to that 4-5 and really catch a team like Citadel off guard.
Yeah, maybe so, as we do have a bit of a stall coming through as we get into draft. I want to kind of get your thoughts on your competitive pool right now. What do you think the best champions are in competitive? As you see across the regions, things are changing. Like LCK is favoring a lot of Yoriks. They're really enjoying that. LPL is absolutely adoring Annie in the mid lane. while we still have Zeres and Jin Zhao's appearing in Europe. Is Reigning you're seeing in any region that you want to see come to NA? Because these are always last when it comes to meta reads.
I think people are shying away from the Maokai a little bit. Yes, we did see some Maokai play, but people are kind of just afraid to be in that matchup. And let's be honest, playing Maokai does suck. But when you get to the team fight, guess what? One of the best team fighting champions in the game. You just hit R, and it's such massive control over a team fight. And if you think the game's going to end up being team fight, if you want to play something like the Ezreal or Varus or Poke Comp with the Jace, guess what? One of the best champions in the meta that is for. It's the Maokai. So if you really think you could play that neutralizing style, I want to see the Maokai get picked and just apply that control as Varus and Talia get removed.
Again.
Yeah, again. And now with Victor out, there's like no like prime mid lane champion pick. You could venture over to the Ahri, you could venture over to the Orianna, but in terms of like S tier mid lane champions, that's going to be it.
Azir?
Oh yeah, Azir just got left up, so that is a possibility. I did forget about that one. Senna has been removed, plus the Varus. So in terms of B1 80 carries, we're also grabbing as we get another Zhao Danny blind pick.
Yeah, feeling very confident in his blind picks right now. Going for that Azir does have some lane bully to it, but opening up the matchup is the more important thing, as we are seeing the Jin Zhao, which I said in the jungle pools. It's a very EU focused pick for the moment at least. Apart from Inspired does love his Jin Zhao. As
yeah, the Salt League does like the Jin Zhao though. A lot of Jin Zhao players. MF, I'm gonna start to see this pick come more often, more and more here, as I mean, there's still great support picks with this MF, like a
synergized pick though. No, do you not believe? Like Jin Zhao Misfortune, Jin knocks them away in Misfortune ults. Like,
oh, you can just not ult on the Xin, but usually I don't think it's an issue. As we get the Volibear, very much a known counter into the Xin, has a hard time fighting into it. As we get Smolder, who has been in contention of late. People really hate this champion, even if it gets nerfed or buffed. But Sader, I believe you are a fan.
Well, I said it to you last week when we first started NACL that I believe Smolder is very, very strong right now and is deserving to get nerfed back to where he was. But right now, Smolder is, I think I played like 10 solo queue games in the last like week, and he's been in every single game. Like whether he's mid or bot, he's been in every single game. So I do really, really enjoy seeing Smolder. I think it does add a lot, and it will give Garika a good time of scaling in that bot side. Just play it as safe as possible. It's not an all-in champion like we had previously with Tristana. So I do like the idea of now sitting back and letting Rosethorn maybe focus more towards that mid and top. But the LeBlanc into the Azir is a little bit worrying because Bradley is known for his assassins. I said that at the start. Can be terrifying, but it's not LeBlanc, it's actually Leona, which actually makes a lot more sense.
That does make a lot more sense in the draft. I don't particularly like Leona into Smolder though, because I feel like even though Smolder doesn't have like an instant dash or anything like that, the flap is generally good enough to get out of the Leona ultimate here. As the Rel coming through, a lot of team fight, a lot of zoning pressure coming from the side of UCI. They have Smolder Azir. They're going with a more range style. They're going to pick up an Ahri, and now I am confused. Sader.
Maybe that's an Aatrox.
Azir top. I mean, I've seen Azir top before, as we have an Olaf on the side of Citadel to round things out. We're going to ask production just to make sure our eyes are correct here. But Citadel, they have a nice combination of aggression, a little bit of defense with that Xin. But on the side of UCI, I'm going to assume they have more of a rangy comp overall. They do have that Volibear and the Rel. This is a Strong Pest special. The Azir top coming through. And now this is an interesting question in draft. How do you think it's going to go here, Sader?
I think that Azir is going to get fisted. Honestly, I think there's a couple of different things we have to point out, right? So one of the strongest combinations right now is Leona into control mages. And not only have you picked 2 control mages, Leona's very good into both of them. So they have the lockdown available. They have an Orianna on top of that. They have a Misfortune on top of that. They have a skirmishing top and jungle as well on top of that. CIT just have a better comp. They've literally built the exact same comp as last game, just with heavier damage.
Definitely not as much on the split push here. Zhao Danny, if gets caught by the flash stun, no flash burn in response, so that was a bit of a waste from the side of Diamond here. But we do
Never a
finally
waste
get to
when you're a
see
Leona.
Zhao
This
Danny.
one.
Oh, Rosethorn. Oh, Rosethorn. You are in trouble. Gonna probably stall this one out, but Rosethorn's gonna die either way, I'm assuming. Axe
Yeah.
coming through. Shield gonna stall just a little bit more, but Phillips already got the damage. If you die to the turret, gonna be a kill either way. Olaf getting first blood. Oh, I don't see why the invade happened. Probably was a ward attempt from Rosethorn here, as they are also not opting for the PTA. This is gonna be an aggressively auto-attacking Volibear here coming out. And already is going to be behind in the jungle. Kenvi already onto their second camp. Meanwhile, on the bot side, heavy trading cruelly and taking damage. Going to do the rel flip, but Instinct is laying down the DPS. And again, UCI find themselves behind in the bot lane.
Yeah, so already using that pot now on the rel, already losing some of that regen, so they will be in a much tougher position if they get traded on once again, as there's not a lot of health regen available for that champion. As
I like
yeah,
this
it
move from
is
Diamond.
just this is just TL. This is just core JJ all over again. Just bullying junglers constantly, but yeah, like Instinct does have that power right now. Without that upgraded Q coming through from Gorica, without the sneeze coming through, there's not a lot of damage available for the Smolder. You need to get those 25 stacks to get going. So we'll keep an eye over the course of this one, see how they're getting on. They're setting up a flip here for the Rels, so there might be a bit of aggression coming through. Maybe they're trying
They
to
do
pull this
have
volley down.
they have the invade unlocked with this bot side pressure. I'm pretty sure Rosethorn is not feeling very confident about this. Already is going to be dodging the Raptor camp, and it looks like everyone's very well aware of where Rosethorn is trying to jungle to because of Diamond. Root gonna hit on a Cerulean. Instinct is here to provide the damage. They just need to zone this Rel out. As soon as Rel gets zoned out, Rosethorn cannot be going for the red buff. I think he was smited away, so luckily he's gonna get that shield on the way out. But still, this bot side is gonna be in the hands of Kenvi, and I don't think Rosethorn can do anything.
No, the ward is there, the coverage is there, Diamond is there, and they're
Oh,
trying
they're
to
going
decide
for
what they
it.
want to do. Maybe they want to go for maybe a small fight here. Chick-fil-A goes in solo. There's way too many people around there as Instinct picks up the second kill here for CIT. And what is your horse doing there?
It's hard to say. That's kind of feels like the jungler calling for that play because they know they're about to get screwed. But it's hard to say, as a root's going to be landing. Diamond does not have flash, remember. Gorka getting low turret shots. Super close with the ramp up there. But this is meaning that Gorka's probably going to use TP quite early here, so that's going to be a summoner used. But yes, Ader, it looks like Rosethorn going for a play. Instinct has no mana, does have flash, does have barrier. They're going to be double stunned. Flashing out of the Rel combo. Barrier going to save just for a moment, but it's not enough. Rosethorn picks up a kill. It was disaster, but it is averted by picking up a kill here, Sater. Kind of a saving grace for this Volibear, who was definitely in dire straits.
Yes, but the Volibear is choosing to stay aggressive here while we do have Kenvi returning from their own top side. This could be a good collapse coming through as yet. They spotted the Jins out. They know they can't continue this one, can they? Yes, they can steal one camp, but this is a messy early game from both sides. Yes, there's some great plays being made, but the response is coming through just as good. And Rosethorn, that's back in the game. We still don't have a recall coming in from Kenvi. They're still trying to get through the rest of their jungle. They're still trying to stay in this one. They're now resetting. That should be top scuttle going over to Rosethorn, and they'll have Prio on this top side, as well as Xiaodani moving in to get deep wards into the back of the jungle.
Alright, deep jungle play here. As the jungles are just about equal, you can see Kenvi is up 2 camps overall and has had a little bit of a CS lead. But we'll see if that ends up being a factor. Small lead for the side of Citadel. In fact, CS, though, Gorka is up. So for this Smolder, that is going to be very important here. We are going to have to invoke the stack counter check from our production here. Gorka, where are they at? Because they really did not have a good start, but now it looks like they might be in for some smooth sailing.
I'll know from the queue now in a second how many stacks songs. I've played a lot of this champion myself. I do love a bit of smolder in time.
Well,
See if
25 is
they
easy to
do
hit,
have
so
the
it's
splash.
at least has
25
the
plus.
25. So there's at least that. Has 36 over on the smolder. So next breakpoint, is it
It's
like
not great
125?
numbers. So at around 7 minutes, you want to be hitting the kind of 50 mark if you're doing really well. But there's not a lot of setup available in that lane with the Rel. Rel can't really help you set the wave up in a way where you can throw 1Q and get 3 stacks immediately. That's why Smolder kind of moves to the mid lane for the longest time, because you could set up the waves yourself. And you could time everything better, and the Chovy effect, if you want to call it that. But,
Diamond
wants to
going
win this
in
one.
here with the Zenith Blade, and then the Rel going to be on top. And I don't think they were properly tracking Rose Thorn on that one there, as that is going to be another flash from the support of Citadel here. Looks like they're going for Dragon. If we're going to go ahead and peer up to this
Dragon
Volibear,
flash.
it's going to be approaching from the mid side, and that's going to be a steal away. Kenvi does not secure that at the cost of their jungler. And honestly, that might be worth it. Jadani does have one more stack. We didn't exactly see how it came down. I'm imagining a big blue lightning ball smoked the dragon with the Volibear here. Gorka going for a trade. Is out of mana. Instinct is super low. No barrier. That's going to be a kill. UCI, have they found a winning formula here for their bot side? Rel gonna be able to find the CC onto Diamond. Kenvi's here. Gorka is just left exposed. Ben becomes lightning, is gonna strike down the dragon, as that is gonna be a double kill for Kenvi.
Yeah, so immediately they start to get advantages, they start to push forward, and then Jin Zhao comes in and just poops under party. Completely done. Jin Zhao takes it straight back. 2-0-2 now, and Jin Zhao is behind on objectives, as we do see that the Volibear is now taking those grubs as well. So a good start for them in terms of that. But as we go back to the straight fight, Xiao Dani flashed in here. I noticed that as I was looking at the thing. So flash, charm, misses, and misses the spirit ball, misses everything. But yes, it was lightning and thunder coming through from the Volibear to set themselves up. They will trade their life, but Drakes are important, and that will be a decent trade for them, as they've now set themselves up with at least 2 out of 3 objectives for that feat.
This game looking a lot better for UCI. However, they are still 2K behind just about. Meanwhile, Bradley in the mid lane looking very solid here. Has the Merc Treads already built against the Ari. As is this a new boots build for the mid lane here? Is this recommended, Sader? I guess you can't make a comment because it is Xiao Danny, but it is quite the interesting pickup in the boot department.
Yeah, so Bradley has went for the Mercury Treads, which I think is not a terrible idea. There is a lot of CC available with Chick-fil-A. We have Xiao Dani, Rose Thorn. They all have some form of CC, same with Strompest. And then Garika's slows as well. So, like, Mercury Treads is not a bad choice here.
I'm talking about Xiao Danny here. I know you're
Xiao Dani for the Ionians.
Yeah, the Ionians as...
That's perfectly fine. The more spells you get off, the better. That's how Ari works. But it doesn't matter, because Kenvi has decided, I'm going to fight this one instead, as we do see just annihilation of the bear. Like, that is lore-wise a god.
Yeah, it is a god being slain here. Cerulean just watching Kenvi. Looks like they're just going to go for a little bit of trade. I don't think they can pick up much. Diamond going to land the Zenith Blade here now. Kenvi is super low. The Smolder's ultimate. Mom coming in for the assist. Heal on the third auto attack, but guess who's here? It is Instinct to provide the kill, but Gorka did fall to Instinct. And yeah, this bot lane is such a roller coaster, back and forth, but it looks like
Diamond got
finally...
that kill.
Oh, Diamond got the kill, unfortunate. But it looks like finally Instinct is going to be able to get a plate, but it's just going to turn around yet again. Rosestorm barely getting stopped, but is going to keep charging their way towards this pirate. And with the ultimate, does pick up the kill. That is a TP from Gorka here. And it looks like they're going to be able to trade plates back. And Sader, this bot lane is a mess on both sides, no matter how you split it.
Yeah, the unsealed spellbook coming through from the Smolder is definitely an interesting choice. I see a lot of people going for the fleet footwork for the sustain in lane, but You know what? If you can TP back to lane, that's fine too, as we do have another fight coming through here. But Philip has arrived for this one. It is the Olaf knocking back the Volibear. And gods be damned, that is a Olaf. And Olaf decides to fight gods for breakfast. All he wants is an honorable death, but instead he will feed you yours and hand it over to his mech friend, Bradley.
Yeah, the Ragnarok, Slayer of the Gods, not being utilized just yet. Meanwhile, Strongpest, we weren't really paying attention. 0-2 with 3 kills on Philip, who had an excellent game 1, now game 2. Bradley also sporting a 3-kill scoreline here, and we know Orianna in the mid to late game, the damage with the AoE really starts to ramp up, and with a lot of squishy members on the side of UCI, you have to be a little bit worried from these 2 champions being fed.
Yeah, it is a great lead for them as Instinct going into that safety Misfortune build with the Bloodthirst. We do have a replay coming through here of this fight, and Kenvi doing very well to survive for as long as they did, but the shutdown does go through to Gorica here as they finally finish this one off. Big shutdown coming through, and then up in this top side as we cut over to this, just a nice and easy Olaf moment.
Yeah, I just gave him the axe right there. And very important that Ragnarok lets you get through the initial wall. After it's up, you have to walk around. So far, Rosethorn unable to find a solid turret dive with the Volibear here, as multiple times been hunted down in the jungle. It's bear season, as they have themselves a Black Cleaver first item. I am not used to a lot of these builds here. Am I the one who's wrong?
Right.
Am I the one who's wrong?
No, there's questions to be raised there by Rosethorn. I don't like that one. A Strompist will get that knocked back into tower, will buy himself some space, but bullet time will rip through the side as Diamond will fall. That ramping tower will get unchecked as it will go back now to Instinct. One more tower shot will kill them, but they do step out in time. But the minion wave's gone. Please relax.
Instinct does like to tank tower shots here as we have the combo coming out. They're trying to find the shutdown of Bradley. And Zhao Danny does get the shutdown. But at what cost? They are going to go ahead and get a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. Rosethorn does find a tower dive. However, not as clean as they were hoping on the side of UCI.
Not as clean, but it's something. They got something out of it, but we can already see there is a CS discrepancy building up all across the map as well, so we can see how well the lanes are doing just from those numbers, never mind the kills. But 20 CS in the mid lane, 40 CS in that top lane, even in the bot lane it's 10, but everything is building constantly here for CIT as their control in these games has been absolutely incredible. They may be losing out on the early objectives on that first rotation, but they immediately snap back. They get that Drake in response. They've now evened up the Drakes. We're going to see that Rift Herald spawning now in the next minute. I'm fully expecting a strong fight in this top side. Philip lining up to kill Strompus. There's the first axe, slides out. We'll just get a nice little reckless swing there. But yeah, Philip, great control in this top side so far. The mid, Bradley doing very, very well. 4-1 now. Shutdown did go over, but Giordani dying to the tower trades it back. The bot side Instinct is lining up for these bullet times, finding the space, and Kenvi has been everywhere. Has more KP than UCI has kills.
Rosethorn here playing the bot side of the map. Looks like they're going to try to trade sides, as UCI already set up here in the mid lane. Instinct walking down, strutting over. Rosethorn's getting quite low. This would be another kill in the pocket of the 80 carry of Citadel here. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Kenvi kind of on their lonesome here. Strongpest and Cerulean might be able to find a play. Philip is TPing in, so that's now going to even it up 2-2 in the mid lane here. Okay, Gorica, 112 stacks, so still hasn't unlocked the second form of the passive there, but it looks like they are fighting Bradley here, super low. Gorica also. And it looks like it's just going to be a clean getaway from Bradley here. Does have the TP, so at any point in time could TP back down with full HP. Is going to try to squeeze out a little bit more of this HP bar. And Satyr, maybe that was a mistake because now Bradley's teleporting out instead of in.
Yeah, that was a bit of a sketchy situation, but they do manage to get out of it. The kills are already in favor of CIT, so that tower will fall for Gorica in the bot side. They're going to summon that Rift Herald on the top side immediately, as we do see Philip going hard here onto Strumpus with the aid of Diamond, as they do get the mid tower first as well. So that unlocks their boots. They've once again completed that feat in the early game. They've set themselves up nicely. Xiao Danny now has the job to try and stop this Rift Herald. No charge coming through, strangely.
Yeah,
So
I was wondering that as well.
that's a little bit buggy. We'll have to call in the Chrono Break team real quick. The Titan
Just for
Chrono Break
that?
team.
I don't know about that one. As Gorka here trying to dodge the Oriana, ultimately to come through, does have the final with the Shockwave combo to get the kill in. Yeah, that just looked easy for Bradley and very confident. They knew exactly what they wanted to do.
Held the second part of that. They held that W and were like, oh, wait a second, don't worry about it. We landed. Okay, cool, bang. It was a little bit of a
Probably was on cooldown. I'm gonna go with you're making it sound super epic, but probably was on cooldown here.
It was super epic. It was a je ne sais quoi moment. It was beautiful.
Wanted Gorka to look him in the eye before he sent him to the gray screen here. As we have TP's coming in the mid lane.
Dragon while you obliterate it.
While mom's watching. Anyway, we can make that sound. We can make that sound even more drastic here. Kenvi is on the flank. Gorka is now under threat with the knockup as well. They're trying to kite their way out. Xiao Danny is here, trying to be used on Kenvi. This is all peeling. This is non-aggressive. Rosethorn ulting out again. Defensive usage. Cerulean is going to be able to get out, and the health bars of Citadel are low, but they have plenty of time to reset, get control for this dragon. Meanwhile, UCI also have to reset. Xiao Danny going to use TP probably to get back in if they want to contest this dragon, but the timing might not be there. Rosethorn already just on the other side of the map. They're just going to let this go. Another objective picked up for Citadel.
Yeah, another objective picked up for Citadel. They will get that Drake and set themselves up nicely as...
Oof, okay.
They do have all the buttons pressed there by production. You have to remember that we're just getting back into the split, so we'll let them off with it this time. But Chris, I saw that.
Calling them out on broadcast. All right.
Every time.
We're at a You know, they could make things quite difficult for us in the future, but we'll start a war if necessary, if need be here. As it looks like Citadel have assumed control of the bot side jungle Satyr. Something we've credited them last game is their ability to control the map. And now that they've had secured themselves a lead, it's looking like that is going to be happening yet again. Rosethorn trying to make a play, but is it going to be a mistake? Now realizes that there is some danger. Can't just chase Bradley recklessly, or you're going to get burned.
Yeah, could get burned here, but for right now, they are going to step back, and it's a full 5 reset. There's a call coming through from CIT there that we're all moving back. We're all stepping away. Let's all get on the map together, same time. Let's think about this. And you can see immediately, this is one of my favorite things to see, is that, yes, Instinct is heading towards that mid lane, but we can see Diamond is going, right, let's see, go see what Kenvy's doing. Always play to your jungler's position. Calling for new.
Oh boy.
Well, I'll remember that. Don't worry.
Well, we might be out of a job here, but we're gonna go with a bang if that's the case. All right, we'll fight on the way out here, as it looks like the top side of the map is now the new target for Citadel. Look at this Diamond just in there clearing wards, full reign of that jungle to just take out any wards, place all the vision they want. Meanwhile, UCI don't feel like fighting this battle. They want to cross map onto Philip.
Yeah, Philip will go CC immune for the moment, though, and will try to trade this back onto Rosethorn, but it is a 4 versus 1, and this would be magical if you could do this one. And Xiao Danny actually went quite low there, and same at Rosethorn, but you sent 4 bot. What do you get out of this? Because Akatan is spawning, and you cannot stay. The team is pushing in on 2 other sides. We will see Mom appear just to help clear a wave. That is not an effective use of your mother. She's not there to clean up waves for you. You should clean up after yourself. Proper dad energy coming out for me right there, but nonetheless, they're losing a tier 2 mid. One more audit. Yeah, that should be it. Yeah, it is going to go down. I was very worried there for a second. Very worried. But
okay,
yeah,
we have a retreat here. Champest might have an angle, but this is a lot of movement speed. Kenvi and Diamond finding their way out. Now they're going to get the engage onto 3. This might be the moment. UCI, they might have found an angle. Champest finally in here. Kenvi is tanking, but it's not going to be enough. Shut down for Xiao Danny as well. And Diamond, they found the angle. Citadel, a little lackadaisical on their exit. Get punished by UCI.
Yeah, it was a very, very scary walkaway for them, and they just did not respect that all-in coming in from Chick-fil-A. But one of the things I do want to point out more importantly was they didn't get enough off of that one. Now they immediately get a big kill straight down to that Akatan, and that's a much better play coming out from them, as we do see. The walkout here, Instinct takes the tower shot, removes their shield, which is important because that will stop them from keeping up their speed once they get hit. So if they get hit once, they're going to lose all that speed. Well, that shield might have kept them in it. Gorica gets the 3-man slow straight into the knockups, and Jiaodani just gets to chunk through this one as Kenvi does get the ult up in time. But as soon as it wears off, there's Rose Thorn, eliminates the tower as well, and Diamond now. All 3 kills going over to Xiaodani is very important. I am worried about the Lich Bane, though. You're not an ADC. I know I've seen you play Trist. I know I've seen you play Lucian. But you are a mid laner, Xiaodani. Please stop weaving so many autos and just get a Shadow Flame.
They're going for damage efficiency on RA here, as well. UCI are still getting to. They're still on the defensive here. Honestly, Citadel have wrestled control again on the map, and UCI are on the back foot. 7k down, gold difference as well. Rose Thorn is getting skirmished on. Just going to go ahead, give him the bear claws on the way out. This is getting quite close. Instinct might be able to find the kill here. Unstoppable. And the turnaround yet again. The Citadel. They just took it a little bit too far, not respecting UCI. That is quite questioning, as it looks like Strumpus now going to be in 1v1 versus Philip. Ooh, that is a good Ragnarok. Now forced to flash over the wall. Turret shots on the way out. But again, UCI are able to stall this game. Citadel are making huge mistakes. What should have been a very clean closeout is now turning into a very nice stall for the Smolder team, Satyr.
Yeah, Smolder's getting bought a lot of time here. Essence Reaver completed. Also has that Spirit Shojin, so the more they're in the fights, the more they're going to continue ramping as we're going to look back towards this fight where, yes, they catch Rose Thorn. Yes, Instinct is in a great position, and they just don't let it go immediately. Brilliant. If they just waited, they would have got that one. But here we go. Xiaodani appears, 2 ults used, reset, gets the reset, double reset. Everything you ever need on Ahri is just there for the taking, as Chick-fil-A with great movement. But Bradley now with Diamond in a bit of an odd position here as Drake is spawning. They need everyone to be ready.
Drum's going to land on Bradley. They're going to go in for the kill. Gorica trying to lay down the fireballs. They do get the shutdown. That is going to be going over the Rose Thorn there. Now Canby is fighting back. Philip full HP. Diamond and Instinct are here. And it looks like Strumpus was not able to make it to the fight. Rose Thorn is super low. Unfortunate for them, because this is the 3rd dragon for Citadel if they do take it. But the fights are looking closer and closer. Mid lane for support. Satyr, say that's worth it.
I'd say it's worth it for now. We also still have more key ults available for the side of Citadel, with that bullet time being available, the Ragnarok being available. But Rose Thorn does not care. Rose Thorn is charging. Rose Thorn is heading straight for Instinct. And Instinct in a world of hurt. Here comes the dragon. Here comes Strumpus. He misses it onto Instinct. Instinct still alive. Free firing. Bullet time available. Are you going to use it? Doesn't even need to. Picks up 2 for themselves, and now it's Gorica against their worst enemy. It's a very angry Olaf, but they haven't got to Hex. Oh, he's got it.
There's the execute, and now just going to be chasing onto Diamond. Instinct's trying to finish off this dragon. I don't think they have enough time. You say have done it. They've turned this around. They did it without Xiaodani, who was in the top side pushing down a turret the whole time. The kill onto Kenvi, making that dragon impossible. Satyr, this Smolder is turning the game around. Does have 262 stacks as well, so we're able to make it to that point. The Smolder has scaled. Have UCI found it?
Have UCI found that? Maybe they have. Maybe they found the champion they need, that scaling bot lane pick with that aggressive mid laner that I so desperately wanted in game 1. But Xiaodani coming online 6-1 and 3. Rabadon's completed 10 stack Dark Seal. But Gorica's now in the back of the pit. Will they be able to get it? Yes, they will. They managed to take down their compadre, but here comes the bullet time. They have taken out the Smolder. Xiaodani now trying to clean up the rest of this fight. Wants to jump in on the Instinct, waiting for Rose Thorn, waiting with those old charges. There it is, Instinct low, but they do manage to collapse back onto Xiaodani. It's down, it's Bradley, it's stiffed, it's done. Rose Thorn, can you finish off Instinct? No, you cannot. So back and forth in these fights.
That is going to be a heartbreaker, because certainly Baron is on the table. Strumpest over the wall. And it looks like Citadel are going over to the Baron and the UCI. It's unfortunate, Sater. What do you think they could have done to secure that safer or some other kind of strategy? Because it's looking like they've given up the Baron for that dragon.
Yeah, really, really good work now, as we're going to see Baron now taken. Is that enough for them to now break the base? Is it enough for Philip to fulfill the role of that side lane pressure Olaf? They have gotten the better of Strumpus for the better part of the game. We have seen him get collapsed on by more than 4, but in this fight, Gorica just doesn't manage to get over that wall and just gets stopped by the flash from Diamond. Really good work. Zhao Dani really biding their time here, trying to find the right time to use those ults, but they just get collapsed on, and there's just too much damage. That last auto from Bradley enough, as great work here from Instinct to survive, to get out of that fight and buy themselves time. It's just really, really good kind of micro positioning there coming through from Instinct, and Zhao Dani maybe being a little bit too cautious and not respecting Diamond's lockdown.
Yeah, walking into that Leona and then quickly falling after here. Zhao Dani, level 16, matching Bradley as well, who is now 3 items on the Orianna. So these shockwaves are really going to hurt. Kenvi making another aggressive play into the jungle of Rosethorn, and is Ken going to steal away a camp? As Kenvi, the front line for the side of Citadel is surprising quite well. I mean, is surviving quite well in these team fights here, Sater. Really sustaining with the Orianna shields. And it looks like Citadel trying to make a push for the win here on this bot side. They're going to get the turret. Smolder damage and passive coming through has to be respected. Can't overstep your bounds here. Strompest and Philip fighting it out. Rosethorn going to go in for the finish. Philip's down despite the Ragnarok, and now their flank is exposed. Envy is trying to block off Rosethorn here. Instinct playing defensively. Bradley going to try to slow down their push. But UCI found themselves a stalling factor yet again in this game. They do lose their inhibitor, though, Sater.
They do lose the inhibitor, and it's a big opening for them, and Zhao Dani expends that TP in an attempt to get back, but they will try to engage onto Diamond. But is that the person you really want to be engaging onto? Is Zhao Dani now in a lot of trouble? Will go down. Diamond will clean that one up, as we will see Instinct and Bradley on the other side taking out Chick-fil-A. We do have a bullet time available from Instinct, and it will be used to keep Strompist and them out of the fight, but Rosethorn is on to Bradley. We do see Strompist now getting onto Instinct. Gorica is now here. Here comes the damage. Here comes everything they needed. The shutdown onto Gorica, and that is probably the strongest Smolder we're going to see for a while.
Smolder coming huge into the final stages of this game as well. And unfortunately for Zhao Dani, a bit baited there by Diamond, as Instinct was able to shoot over the wall. And now without the Baron, no clear way of winning this game outright, but a 6k gold lead on the side of Citadel. How much of that is balanced out by this Smolder is the question right now, because it's looking like these team fights are quite even across the board.
Yeah, just some of the target selection here. I know it's good to get a pick onto the Leona here, but you don't have enough information about where the rest are. And as soon as that charm goes out, Zhao Dani has nothing left. The lockdown comes through. Diamond gets it. Instinct manages to pick up 2. The rest of this goes really well for them, but Instinct, once again, very cautious with the bullet time and just maybe use it a little bit earlier and try keep Leona alive. But Strompist finally arrives, nearly goes down. Does take quite a bit of damage in return, but that extra health from the Rylais or the Leandries, no, it's Rylais, it's definitely Rylais, keeps them alive there. And now we're starting to get to that stage where Smolder is just your only target. Nothing else really matters. You need to get rid of this dragon, because 1 Q into a cluster and someone's dying. So let's see, but Rosethorn currently trying to collapse onto Bradley. A TP into the back. Philip, where are you going, buddy?
Oh, looks like this is actually going to be the perfect engage onto Cerulean, dropping to half health. Now Instinct letting the bullets fly. Zhao Dani full HP, trying to kite it out. Philip is super low. Gorka flashing forward, but is it going to be able to find the kill? Rosethorn onto Diamond, and even though they've lost one early, it looks like they are on the winning side of this team fight. Bradley here, going to just chunk Rosethorn. Trumpus is finally here. They get the kill. 1-for-1. Meanwhile, the base is super low. Ultimate Shockwave going to be used, healing up off the Gromp. Rosethorn's still alive. Gonna get the second chomp for 700 HP. 600 now. Based off that missing health, Bradley is very strong. Gonna try to solve their backs. Meanwhile, Philip Instinct onto the base. Zhao Danny cannot defend this alone. And look at this. Just a thorn in their side. Bradley is stalling Strumpest for so much time. And now they're gonna try to turn around and get the kill. Maybe this is a mistake because their base is just decimated. Full inhibitors down. Nexus turrets are exposed. Brilliant trying to find an angle. Zhao Danny is here. 2v3 though. Has to be approached very cautiously.
Rika has TP available as well, though, so we have to keep an eye out on that one, as that Smolder does have that unsealed. Could TP to somewhere along this one as soon as they're up. We'll see what they want to do. But it also looks like Drake is on the menu as we see Rosethorn just going to collect that one. Kenvi trying to get there in time. You need to turn off now or you will get collapsed on, as that is gone. Smite not even used. It's full control now. Kenvi in a lot of trouble. Here comes the TP. Smolder and Zhao Danny, both of them arriving. Kenvi now in a 1 versus 4.
Okay, jungler down. Baron's going to be up very soon. 10 seconds away. Looks like Rulian's looking for the kill. Diamond now is caught out. This is a huge mistake. UCI, this might be the angle. This might be exactly what they need to win, as they are going to go ahead and fight 5v3 onto the Baron. And I don't think Citadel can do anything about this. This is a massive mistake. This might even the gold, especially if they pick up all the CS that's coming their way. They don't even have to leave the base. There's no objectives. No way they could steal this. No way. Smolder picks it up. Was that a double smite? I did not see if Smolder had the smite, but secured nonetheless. Baron acquired, and now Seder, they're just going to pick up free CS across the board.
Yeah, there's hope. There's hope there for them to be able to pick up more items, just absolutely wallet lead them, or at least close the gap and make it even. But more importantly, I think it all comes down to one more big team fight to see who's going to win this one. But this is a great setup here from Instinct, but they managed to get out of the bullet time. Everyone manages to split, but here comes the split. Rosethorn in a 1v1 makes it into a 2 versus 2, but Philip has to go and try to get some health back. Instinct and Kenvi, they're too scared to go in either direction, and the calls are all over the place, and they finally get onto Garika. They manage to take down the dragon, but they do leave Diamond and Bradley out to dry on the other side of things. So everything is messy and controlled simultaneously from both sides. Someone's making a mistake and someone else is capitalizing on it on both sides.
There is a balance that is occurring here. The chaos, the order are in tow. Zhao Danny landing a charm on the way out. But again, this is just going to be free CS. Walking in the base for that Smolder to pick up more stacks. Now has a rapid fire cannon as well. More range and safety on to this dragon. And yeah, Gorka is a huge issue now for the side of Citadel. And I think it's really going to be on Bradley for the side of Citadel now. Seder, with a very good shockwave, could easily win the game. Or a good whiff can toss it away. It's make or break on this Bradley in the from the mid lane.
Yeah, and we see resets are going to come through really, really often now, as people are going to be trying to pick up that little bit extra that might just get them across the line, might just make the difference in these fights, as we have 4 to 5 items across the board nearly for everyone now. The IE now completed as well onto Gorika, which means that Smolder is now full build, while we're still waiting for that last item to come through for Instinct, which might be an attack speed item, going towards a Zeal item, maybe a Phantom Dancer, something along those lines. Maybe, I don't think a rapid fire would really work for the Misfortune here. I think Phantom Dancer just for that extra little bit of movement speed might work, but we'll see what happens when it comes to it, as right now Instinct does get peppered with a Q. We see TP's coming through, all in, pings are coming down, as we see on the backline. Philip is there, but Azir tower goes up and just stops it all.
Yeah, it looks like didn't exactly have the position for that dive. Could have won the game right there with a flank, but UCI, very cautious, are aware about it. 1 minute and 25 seconds from the next dragon. If UCI is able to find a good position on this dragon, picking up the soul would be massive for Gorka, thus the rest of the team here. Looks like Rel, all 5 of them lonesome versus Philip. Brilliant does not want to be there.
No, does not want to be there, as we do see that it is now timings for us inhibs to come back. I don't believe there's any super minions left spawning now, as they will all respawn now. And that will start to open it back up now for UCI to break back into this one. The goal lead has shortened now to the point where it's nearly not important to be looking at that. It's just what completed items do they have, and we see a lot of previous wounds coming out for one side, while on the other there's absolutely zero, while Rosethorn is probably the best healer in this entire game. He is going to out heal most of you in 1v1s, so I'm surprised not to see someone go for a grievous wounds item in this game. Someone needs to be able to stop Rosethorn's healing, but no one's thinking about it just yet, as the battle for vision has begun. The dance has started, and they are 1-2 stepping into this jungle back and forth, as it is soul available. But Kenvi gets a little bit of poke on a Rosethorn, decides to step back though. As this Drake is spawning, they have the inside track. How quickly can they take this? Because Gorika is still in that mid lane.
UCI does not have to force this dragon if they don't want to. If they don't think it looks good, they could just easily push down the mid lane. 6k on the dragon, can be in position. Rosethorn going in. They're trying to get the immediate kill as we see the engage from Cerulean. It's onto 4. Zhao Danny there. Instinct is dropping low. Bradley is one tap. Philip now onto Gorica. Can this dragon survive? It looks like that's going to be the case. CC immune does get the kill. And look, the healing coming out from Philip here. Rosethorn trying to get the finish off before the gold time's over. Diamond picking up the kill, and that's an ace. UCI are going to pick up this dragon, and it looks like they're going to get turrets as well.
Yeah, 4 remaining members now charging down that mid lane, as it just, if you get onto Instinct, there's not enough that Misfortune can do to stay alive, as they will eliminate that ADC and eliminate the hope there for CIG. And this could be the win. There's still 20 seconds on Jin Zhao, and they have the strength here. That Lich Bane working for Zhao Danny.
They also have grubs as well. Look at the grubs damage, just chunking those health bars. Vader, it's going to be ending with a 1-1. UCI are going to pick up a return fire in this series here. And, I mean, that was such a messy game. But they claw their way to victory.
They do claw their way to victory.
Look at the graph.
Yeah. But that's how it can happen. It can just swing in one moment. Everything clicks, everything works, everything goes perfect for them. Even with the Smolder dying in the end and Philip getting to that dragon, it wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough, and it will be UCI taking game 2 here. And that was a long, grueling game, and I think that's going to weigh heavily on both teams here, because fatigue does set in when you play these series.
Yeah, especially with going so long, and on the Citadel, the extra mental damage of that was clearly a win that they should have had, and they made multiple mistakes, multiple overreaches into the Rel of Cerulean, who did an excellent job at finding engages, especially onto Instinct and Bradley multiple times. I'm going to go for the support back-to-back MVP here, in my opinion. I'm giving it to Cerulean. I think maybe you might go a different direction, but let's give some flowers to the support as well.
Yeah, I do think a lot was done. Yeah, I do think it was a really, really good game, but I do think Zhao Danny actually changed that with that triple kill in mid. I think that swung the momentum heavily in their favor. And I know I'm a Zhao Danny lover and I glaze too much, blah, 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 but I do genuinely think that triple kill changed it from this is an even enough game and we're starting to lose little bits here and we're starting to win little bits here to, oh my god, I just got a triple kill, I will carry this game. And I think that's what made the big difference.
Yeah, it's good to see UCI being able to pick up a win with, I mean, that top side of the map was an absolute disaster. Rosethorn, Strumpest, even Zhao Danny, who before getting that triple kill, they were in a really bad spot. Just full control over to Citadel. Philip, multiple turret dives in a row, 3-0. Bradley, 3-0. And they're able to just stay in the game and eventually find a win. Not something you typically see.
No, not something you typically see. And it was a very good turnaround. And mentally, that's got to feel good as a team, saying we were behind so much. There was a 4-1 Oriana, and Zhao Danny still overcame that to take over the game. Same with Strompest. But I really do hope we don't see anything weird in the top side now. And we just go back to some basic picks. If I have to see an Azir top again, which I know we can't because of Fearless, but anything like that, I'll lose my mind. I will lose my mind. But We will be back with Game 3 very, very soon. And please do not go anywhere because this is just getting started.
Welcome, everyone, as UCI have found a way to victory, coming off the back of a very strong scaling Smolder and some really great engages from Cerulean. They've even upped the series 1-1. But we can't just forget that early game, Sater. We can't just blank all of the rest of the game from our mind, because Citadel were in domination. They were in control most of that series, but maybe they just flew a bit too close to the sun, because they gave so much time for UCI to come back in that game, and it really should have been a 2-0.
Yeah, it all swung around from that mid lane triple into buying more time for Gorica to scale on that Smolder, and it just took over. It just literally eliminated them from contention of trying to take it. They just kept giving up an inch, and eventually Gorica was ahead by a mile. And Instinct, for all the great positioning they had, it just took one shot for someone to get onto Instinct, and as soon as it happened, bullet time never came true. They never had the setup. That Drake fight, everything was looking good, and they were in great positions. They had the vision, they had the wards, they had the inside track, and it was just down to Chick-fil-A getting onto that back line, immediately stopping Instinct. And yeah, I just want to see them speed up their tempo a little bit and close down games when they're in those kinds of leads, because they let another one slip. And I'm going to guess it's going to be the same bans.
So the sides have swapped, if I am correct.
Yes.
Here. So it is Citadel on the blue side. So I think we're going to see different bans, because there is still the mandatory Varus and arguable Ambessa bans that have to go through. So this might switch up the bans. We will see, Senna. The question is, who's going to be willing to ban that Varus? Because if you let it through, blue side, I mean, I'm sure Instinct would be willing to pick it up. I mean, Varus is just so good. There it is.
Will be taken, yeah, of course. And Senna also being taken away. Ambessa for the moment is remaining up. We could always see like a Draven come out at some stage. We have seen some Draven players in and around. Cassio has been taken away. That's an interesting one.
Take away. Interesting. As Jace
Silas
could be taken away from Philip. Silas first pick. I would not do that, but still pretty strong. I guess there's no Galio. Ezreal, there we go. So Ezreal is going to make a lot of sense for very strong blind pick here. Will they go the Kai'Sa is always the question on the opposite side here. There you go. They picked
Always.
the
Always. I was gonna let that one sit, because it's like you see Ezreal go, all right, Kai'Sa. And then Nautilus should usually follow that. Nautilus is usually support paired with Kai'Sa these days. If not the Braum, you go for something neutralizing. But instead, they're going to take Rise.
I believe this is for Strumpus, not actually for Zhao Danny. But we'll see if they flex it around. But I think this is mostly going to be heading towards the top
play
side
any
here.
normal champions?
No.
Okay.
Oh, into
Sure
the
enough.
Ambessa. I would figure that Rise does good in this matchup, because you can keep Ambessa at arm's length
reach.
and just run away. Yeah, arm's reach, arm's length. As we get the classic Ezreal Karma combo, super poke, lots of prio. If you do pick up the Nautilus, you're not going to have a good time in lane. But of course, in an all-out fight, the Kai'Sa Nautilus do look pretty good, and they opt for that, Satyr. They go for the more later phase of the game.
Yeah, and this is the perfect setup you have for Gorica's right now, as they are, when you look on paper, they are the carry of the team. They are probably one of the strongest players on the team. And going into this one, you still have Rise as a flex, but Kai'Sa, Nautilus, nice easy setup. Get those passive stacks procced. Kraken Slayer is going to rip through that Ambessa as well in those later stages. If you get to those later team fights and get the right setup for it, I would like to see something alongside that Ambessa that can help dive onto backlines, but they're actually going to ban away what I was going to say was Neferi jungle would be very good with this, because you just both of them combine onto one target. But what's left in the jungle pool is what's like, I'm never going to see a Maokai. So I'm just going to give up on that, but we're going to see a Wukong. And Ivern wouldn't even be that bad here.
Lee Sin, I feel like they need AD, to be honest. They're kind of AP heavy, as we get the Silas. Now Rise can go in the mid lane as well, right? Rise against Silas is also very good. So they've full flex potential for the side of UCI here. They're rounding out their last pick. Sejuani in the jungle. So they have lots of melee combos for the Sejuani here, for their ganks, for their early skirmishing. What do UCI respond with?
It has to be okay. So there's gonna be that Rise going into the mid lane. Shen is an interesting one because it just combines onto that Kai'Sa to make Kai'Sa a living hell for anyone that even tries to touch it, because it's gonna ult onto your backline and bring a Shen with it, and it's more than likely going to be depth charged by the Nautilus. I am just a little bit surprised at the Sejuani. I don't think that would be my favorite choice into this comp, because everything there is so mobile. Everything has something they can do. It's like, are you going to aim for the Rise? Because you're not going to hit Kai'Sa. Wukong will clone it if they're on their A game. So I just feel like Sejuani, maybe something a little more aggressive would have been nice in my eyes. But we'll see how it goes going into this game 3, as we do see Zhao Dani now sporting his Rise, and it's going to be a 5-man invade here. Ward will be spotted, will be taken. So we'll set that one up. They will take that, and yeah, the setup was there for a 5-man invade, but a good read coming through from UCI.
Okay, Grasp on the Mesa up on the top side here. Strong Pass also matching with the newfangled Shen, who's received way too many buffs. I thought the last round of buffs was absolutely insane. Don't know why. They really want Shen to be picked up and played, I guess, here. Yeah, what do you think about picking these 3 melee champions into the Wukong here, Seder?
I think it's a mistake, but also Wukong was taken very, very late on. Let's be honest, he was taken very, very late on. I just think Wukong's in a very good spot still in this meta as a secondary jungler, especially in Fearless.
In terms of like disengaging melee aggression, Wukong is up there with the ultimate. Big AoE knockup, and you get 2 of them. So if they want to play Peel, and if you want to play Peel for Zhao Dani to just go hog wild in these team fights, as Cerulean just going to get absolutely blasted. Look, there's no way they're going to walk up for the wave, right, Seder? Like, it's karma as real. I feel like you just have to concede. Just straight up.
How have they done this again? How have they forced Gorica off waves again? Stop this. Stop letting this happen.
It's not even Gorica's fault this time. I can't believe Gorica. Oh, the poke coming through yet again. Wait, did Cerulean not start shield? You start shield in this level 1, right?
I would. That's not all this. I would 100% start the shield, but no, I think they've started with the hook. I think they wanted to get aggressive nice and early, but it will be Gorica getting that level 2. Will be a reset coming through for the support, as they're left to try and pick up what they can under this tower, but it will be shillings to pennies, as Bradley does take a decent amount of damage there from Zhao Dani. And rising in popularity. Stromp is doing the very best on his top side, but will be falling here to a great gang coming through from Kenvi and Aftershock Sejuani jungle. How we feel about that one?
I think into Wukong you can get away with an Aftershock, but if it's like the Trundle matchup that we've been seeing, I prefer Phase Rush so you can just get away when the ultimate drops. So I think Aftershock, extra tankiness is fine. Phase Rush is acceptable in my opinion. So we'll see what they do. I think they're kind of just committed to going all in. So Aftershock makes sense.
Oh, the all in now coming in. Do you see a flash forward coming through from Chick-fil-A?
Level up.
See Gorica trying to get something. Level up does come through for Diamond and Instinct, which give them an extra little bit of health. They will burn the heal. They will burn the barrier. But Flash and Ignite burned by Chick-fil-A, and level 2 stuck behind, and the poke continues to rain heavily onto this bot side of UCI.
I think level 3 saved the lane there for Instinct and Diamond. They might have been well aware of it, but it was a very important level up to hit at that moment. Kenvi going in aggressively against Zhao Dani. Stun going to land. They're going to be able to land that combo. Flash being burned. Now the root. Rosethorn's there! And this is why the Rise is picked in the Silas. It is so hard to get away. And what a nice setup from Zhao Dani.
Yeah, as Rosethorn continues on this chase, has no fear of what that bot lane could possibly do, as they will enter this Tribush. Instinct did just E forward. That's a free hook. You know that the Wukong is there. This is crazy. This should be a free kill, as Rosethorn will pick up their second
Gorica's still alive.
A game. Diamond. Oh, it's all gone backwards.
All right, the barrier saving the life of Gorica here. They are on a ward. They're actually not even in the bush. but there is no disaster averted. Bot lane is becoming a mess yet again, Satyr. Back and forth here. Gorka is still behind in CS, but look at this play here. I mean, this is why the Rise is picked into the Sylas. And what can Sylas do?
Yeah, it is a nice little free stun there available for them, but as this continues, I think this is crazy because we see Ezreal ease forward, gets hooked, is immediately forced to burn that flash, and Rosethorn's just there. And they should know this. It should have been Kenvi saying this the whole time, just going, yo, this Wukong's chasing me. Just be careful, boss side. And Instinct just goes, oh, Ian, that's the same thing, right? That's what he meant. That's safety.
It is a braggadocious lack of respect being punished there as well. And I mean, no flash. We also are Instinct burned flash already, so that's a double no here. As it looks like we're going to get a skirmish on the top side. Kenvi and Bradley here going to try to get the instantaneous stun, but Strumpus going to delay that with the taunt. And now Philip is here. This is a nice 3v3. Health bars in the favor of UCI, but now Strumpus is dropping low. This Shen is quite tanky. More shields. Philip is super low. Gets sniped on the way out. And they opted for an early skirmish. Usually Sejuani plus melees. That's a recipe for success, but it goes sideways.
Yeah, it does go sideways there. Philip does fall to Xiao Danny, and that will be a nice little boost for that Rise in the mid lane after Rosethorn did take that first kill, but Feat of Warfare completed. 2 winning lanes now set up for them as that bot lane once again getting aggressive. Diamond is getting collapsed on. Instinct will get stunned on the backside of it. 2 of those lovely effects from Kai'Sa's passive lighting up, but not completed as they still need a little bit more from the Kai'Sa to set that up as Chick-fil-A does go for another hook. Slightly misses that one as they will spot out that pink as well. Right now there is also Kenvi in this bot side. They haven't spotted it out just yet. Gorika now in a world of trouble, but Instinct actually gets hooked.
And there it is, the kill onto Diamond. They pick it up as well onto Cerulean. Just lost track of the jungle there. And yeah, bot lane is becoming an absolute roller coaster yet again. In this game, 3-3, Citadel with an early lead. We've heard this before, Satyr, but again, it is just becoming an absolute slaughterfest.
Yeah, Philip now proxying a couple of waves there as they will get a full wave into Strumpus, give themselves a nice recall timing. Not sure if they'll use that TP back to lane. They could possibly just walk and still get the same. They will just walk back to this lane, so they will be able to TP to this dragon, while on the other side Strumpus, with the power of Shen, will be able to just use the ult, appear on who they need to. But this first Drake will open up a lot for them, but the pings on the other side from Kenvi, heading straight toward those grubs, doesn't even want to contest this one.
The clone's not dropping the aggro there, going to delay some time. As, yeah, the grubs spawning soon, Rosethorn on the bot side of the map. Looks like they're just going to give that over to UCI as they're switching their sights onto the Scuttle Crab just for a moment. But, I mean, there's no real side laning pressure. Obviously, Rise and Sylas side lane quite often. So does the Shen. But I'm not seeing anyone who's going to absolutely maul the turrets.
Yeah, there is. I bet it does do decent damage now, depending on the build that you go for. If you go for that a little bit of lethality with the Eclipse, there is a decent amount of damage you can do. Sylas can also do quite a bit, being an AP and resets, but there is a fight in this top side as we do see health bar starting to disappear. But Xiao Danny now caught out, will get knocked up and grabbed by Philip. Public execution, but it will be Bradley falling down first to trade back onto Xiao Danny. Both mid laners now down and out, but Rosethorn and Strumpus standing strong, trying to get back towards that final grub. They don't want all 3 to go over, but Philip and Kenvi, they can fight this. They can go for this. They feel strong.
Philip does feel strong. No ultimates on deck for anyone up here. Looks like they're just both going to shy away. 2 grubs already been secured by Citadel, so that's most of the power. And yeah, they did finally win a skirmish. Oh, meanwhile on the bot side, Gorka dropping super low. Just blast Cerulean in their face. Meanwhile, Instinct going in for the finish. Bot side going back into the favor of Citadel. And now it's looking like a story we've heard all too many times.
Yeah, it is just a little bit of disrespect being shown there by an over-aggression from UCI, and Ezreal is stronger than you just with a Sheen. Those auto attacks and those mystic shots, they do hurt, and you just have to show a little bit more respect to them, as we do see Bradley now stepping back off of that one. All 3 grubs were collected by Citadel, and we will see junglers now returning onto their preferred style of playing the game, which is just farming. Just running around hitting chickens and rocks and having a good time, because junglers aren't real. They're not real. They're all NPCs.
They are AIs programmed to play League of Legends here. And sometimes it feels like it, as we have ourselves a little bit of a lull. Citadel, a small yet growing lead here for their team. Gorica does not get hit by Instinct here on the spot side. But right now, I mean, we have Instinct in a good position. Probably going to hit that Trinity Force soon. Meanwhile, Gorica facing another CS deficit. Where would you like to see them go, Sader?
I don't know. I think everything is fine for the moment. I think this next Drake will be the one to open it up, and Gricka really needs the help of their team to get those stacks. And then we'll start to see the Kai'Sa come online. But just that CS differential, the kills now over to the Ezreal as well, it's just opening up too much as Rosethorn wants to opt into this fight. Oh, Xiaodani does set up an ult, but it will be Bradley actually ulting into the back. Xiaodani disappears straight into the fight, gets on. There's Garicka. The setup is there, and this is what I was saying. You set up Garicka and the damage will be done. 1 kill goes over. They're continuing to chase this one down. We do see that the hook does miss from the Nautilus, and it resets the whole thing, as Garicka will head back down to the bot side. But that's what I was saying. Get a target for Garicka and Ollies work together to kill it. It'll open up bot lane down.
Yeah, they have a lot of passive stack generation between the Nautilus and the Wukong here. And something I want to point out here, as Corellian does get stalled, Sader, there's really not that much protection for Ezreal. And now normally you wouldn't need that in a comp, but like the mobility that UCI has means that there is Ezreal access. And outside of a Karma Shield, there's not that much that's going to save Instinct from a dive.
Well, see, you can also just have Silas take a Wukong ult or a Shen ult.
That would be good.
Or you could have the Sejuani stand in front of the Ezreal and be like, no.
I think they could get around the Sejuani standing in front. I feel like that's not much of an issue. But certainly, going to have to try to do something for Instinct, who does complete the Trinity Force, but meanwhile, Gorka gets the Kraken Slayer. So, well on their way to being able to dash into the backline. Turret plate falling. Again, Instinct going to be picking up lots of extra gold on the map.
A lot of plates, a lot of money. Diamond has that Triforce completed into the Kraken of Gorica. With both junglers now re-entering the map, one now leaving as Rosethorn is completed, they're clear. A Drake now spawning in the next 20 seconds, 25 seconds. This will be the next big fight. Strumpist has the ult available. Philip will not be able to join these fights, so Philip needs to get pressure in this lane and make sure Shen is in a position where they can stop that ult. They can stop that Shen from entering the fight. While Strumpist, you have a choice here. You could give up this tower. You could give up a couple of plates and try and make it to that fight. Step back enough that Philip can't follow and be there for this fight. But instead, going to try and trade this one out a little bit. Philip, more than happy to take those trades with that Spear of Shojin now fully stacked. They'll do that extra little bit. But in the spots like Garicka, force them the tower. They're starting this Drake. They're starting this pull. Strumpist, all eyes on that Shen ult and whether they're going to be able to get to this fight or not, as Garicka is not able to get to the fight at all, and that Drake looks free.
Yeah, it looks like they are kind of split on the side of Citadel here. Strumpist, super low, but can just back, then go for the TP with the ultimate here. Gorka is cut off, but does have the killer instinct. And so right now, it doesn't really look like Citadel can make a move onto the dragon. And it's completely secured by Rosethorn. Now as we're flipping over to the bottom, Xiaodani, yeah, they're going to go ahead and double think that engage. But that is another dragon secured, completely zoned out.
Yeah, I'm so surprised not to see Strumpus even step back and think about joining that one, because it looks like they were posturing to attempt to fight, but the tower does go down in the bot side. Good taunt, and Philip now low on HP, so we'll have to be careful about this next set up on the fight. But yeah, it's a good phase there for both Citadel and UCI, as UCI get the second Drake, set themselves up nicely to complete that, but the tower goes over for side of Citadel. They opened that up in the bot side, so now they can start to move this bot lane into the mid lane and put a lot more pressure onto Xiao Danny.
Okay, Titanic Hydra for Strumpus on the top side. Maybe some X-Pet2 technology coming into this game here. As Sater, this might be the best early game in this series for UCI so far, and that is saying something.
Yeah, it is. It is probably their strongest position we've seen at the 15-minute mark. They're still down gold. It is still some small things as Philip will get caught out by a nice hook from the Nautilus. A good setup here as we will see Kenvi and Diamond attempt to rejoin this fight and set up. There comes the public execution. Here comes Strompist as well. A great Ezreal will cut through them all, but Bradley now low on HP.
Here.
Strompist goes for it. Here comes the Instinct as well. The fight is here. Ezreal is here. Gorilla will join, but a little bit too late. They attempt, but they do manage to land on the Instinct. Instinct now half HP. Gorilla, can you clean this one up? Can you? Yes, you can. You do manage to get one. All low health bars. Philip will now try and complete this one off. Flash is completed. Barrier is still available and gone. Gorilla 1 versus 3. No summoners available. Ooh, can you even kill a Sejuani at this point in the game? Probably not, as Diamond will also be able to shield it up. But that was just so much aggression from both sides.
I feel like UCI, they kind of just needed more damage in the tank. You could see their front line was holding with Shrompest, with Rosethorn. They were able to survive the ability to cancel autos from Shen, doing a lot of work here, but just not enough damage to get the health bars down. Gorka not in range, Killer Instinct just not there at that moment that they needed it. And here you can see extra damage coming in from the Ezreal, even though they're not here. And they just don't have enough sharp attacks going in. Try to finish off these kills, but no Killer Instinct. And then by this time, it's really difficult to win the team fight. Probably could pick up some extra kills is what Gorka did. Very good on the cleanup end, but cannot win the team fight at this point.
I think if Gorika had just positioned the last bit of that ultus a little bit better, they would have been able to get both of the bot lane of Instinct and Diamond alone. Because I think maybe one and a half more auto attacks would have killed Diamond, which would have made that next kind of couple of seconds a lot easier. I'd love to actually get that replay for later, and we could break that one down just a little bit, because that seems like probably the most pivotal fight we'll see for a while with the most amount of micro decisions.
Yeah, that was fought in a knife's edge. Both teams teetering for success there. Looks like they just came in for some ward clearing, as well as Citadel. Now assuming control of the river. Ultimates, except for Strompest, are active. So I don't know if UCI want to go for this one. They do have TP, though.
Yeah, their objective control so far has been pretty good on the bot side, but on the top side has been much more heavily controlled by CIT. So they're more towers, while UCI are more team fight, at least for the moment, as Instinct will step away. They will pick up the rift. It will be purple versus dragons for the moment on these sides, and CIT, they have the chance now to maybe open up a mid tower, but public execution comes straight through, lands straight onto Rosethorn. Ezreal ult will go through. Wukong attempting to buy space, but we will see Philip go down immediately. Gorika, that is what we're talking about with Kaisa damage. Everyone focuses one thing and Kaisa will kill it.
Just one last auto, pop in that passive. Huge execution damage here. So they're going to get Philip. They're not going to get much else here. Dragon spawning in 18 seconds. Gorka, they don't see Gorka, and they're not able to capitalize. They're going to use this Rift Trail to get position of the dragon, and it doesn't really look like UCI is in position to respond. Sater.
No, this is going to be a nice, easy tower take for them. They're not probably going to follow this one, as we do see if there will be a second charge. Yes, there will. It will land onto the tower as well, and they will set themselves up nicely for a Drake, which has been UCI's bread and butter so far for win condition unlocks. I know what every win condition is. If you win team fights, you'll win, but that's what objectives are for. They allow secondary win conditions like souls, barons for tower pushing, rift heralds and grubs. All these other things can change the way a game is played very, very quickly, but right now it is a 4-man collapse on this top side as Philip, God help you.
Well, with the dashes and the movement speed from Karma Shield, is going to get out of there. Zhao Danny just going to herald the mid lane just for a moment. Gonna have to respond to Bradley on that side lane there. But they're going to be able to pick up a turret in trade for the Dragon. Not a bad deal. Especially UCI needs the money to catch up. As Philip is trying to chase down with Kenvi. They might have exposed themselves here, Satyr. Trumpest is blocking the way so far. Not a clean shot on Nagorica, as this play is going to fizzle out. So they're going to get a Dragon for turret trade and get an exit.
Do manage to get an exit from this one as Kenvi now wants to try and invade once again and steal
Rosethorn.
some buff away, but Rosethorn in a little bit of trouble here. Does manage to get out, some good clone usage, and do manage to slide into that mid lane and pick themselves up some minions. I'm sure Gorica will be screaming that that's their wave, as all ADCs do, but we will see everything's kind of slowed down now with no objectives on the map bar Akatan, and that one usually being we need a pick first. Everything will slow down now for a little while, so all eyes on picks. Who's going to get the pick here?
And maybe even 2 picks as well, because Otacon does do a lot of shred of armor and MR. And that means it's quite difficult to team fight after the fully stacked resistances go away here. So probably not going to happen, as Bradley just burning the ultimate there. Dragging up in 3 minutes, so not really too many plays on the board right now.
Not too many plays available. Everything's going to be nice and quiet, and we can talk about item builds. Anything interesting popping out to you?
No, looks like we got standard boards or builds across the board this time. Heartsteel on Kenvi seems to be getting more popular as we have just a fight brewing all of a sudden. Cerulean is going to be able to get out using the ultimate on the way out. Instinct's trying to finish off the kill. Rosethorn's there to finish it up with the Killer Instinct still on deck. Gorica could send it home here. Zhao Danny going to teleport all the way across. Trumpest here. Looks like they're going to be cornered. It could just be an Otacon take, or if they take a step too far, Citadel could just be giving up the game right here. Damage coming through from Instinct. There's a lot of poke. Otacon's dropping, but it is slowly. Gorica is not able to just free fire just yet. And now we have the engaged Trumpest. Do they have the kill? They have the channel from Silas to save Instinct. They're going to try to turn around, as that is going to be an Otacon take. Bradley going in aggressively here. Rosethorn going to send it back. And now it's just going to be a slaughter. Diamond trying to make their way out. And fighting after the Otacon falls, I feel like that is a very questionable decision.
Yeah, Instinct was just feeling themselves in that moment after picking up the first one onto the Nautilus. After they got finished off, they said, well, let's keep going on this. But Strumpest managed to find 2 taunts on the Ezreal in that entire sequence. And eventually you're going to die to that. So great pickups there, UCI. They've completely shifted this game now, and they're nearly even in gold. It's the first time we might see them actually take a lead before they end the game.
So usually we've seen Rosethorn get brutalized in these invades, but Satyr does not go that way this time.
No, they managed to start this one off really well, take out the jungler. Great start for them, and the double kill comes through. And it's just UCI starting this one off really, really well. And we do see Instinct pumping out damage here. And everything's going really, really nicely. But Bradley taking the Shen ult here and in an attempt to further protect Ezreal. So Strumpest, first one comes through. Taunt lands, does manage to get saved. And then they step in once again, as if we go back to live, there's a fight happening already.
Strumpest getting caught out here. Not much can be done. Shen on the side lane goes down. As to be expected, Shen side laning ends up sometimes with your own doom. In the mid lane, though, I think we see a very aggressive TP from Bradley. They're going to go for it. And it looks like they are none the wiser on the side of UCI. They're getting cornered. They're being surrounded. Zhao Danny's trying to connect over. Rosethorn blocking off Bradley for the moment. Using the ultimate to disengage. The TP from the Rise is going to be canceled. And now they're just all going in. Rosethorn defending with the ultimate. Second one going to be popped up. Gorica is still alive. Lots of health on the side of UCI. Can they kite this one out? Can be going down. Rosethorn going back in. Is going to use the clone. Surviving as well. The HP bar is coming back up. And now Gorica's going in for the kill. Instinct goes down. And Citadel have made a mistake. And now UCI with their first gold lead of the series.
Somehow Philip lands the perfect ult to stop all of UCI from escaping, and it gets his entire team killed. Stops all of them. It's a moment I don't think they'll ever forget. So like everyone is standing in this, ready to disappear. They don't want to take this fight. They're like, all right, let's get out. Xiao Danny, great call. Everyone leaves, and it sets it up. And look at this, stops it perfectly, dies, and everyone just goes, oh my god, we've lost this. And it's just one by one. Look at Grika's positioning. They're stepping back, making sure not to get caught, taking their time. It's like, okay, we landed on the instinct, we can go, and it's just perfect work. And yeah, that's just, I don't even know how to explain that, but that is heartbreak.
I think they're having trouble getting through the front line, Sader. They can't get any access to Gorica, despite the fact that they have all this mobility, but they just can't cut through that front line. So if they're in these front to backs, it looks like it's not ever going to work out for the side of Citadel.
Yeah, it's a tough one to call in that case, because there has to be an answer to that. There has to be a way for them to be able to get through that. And at this point, I just think Xiao Danny is doing way too much damage, and Gorica is just able to clean these up with too many free procs from all the knockups from Wukong, all the taunts coming through, and Nautilus just existing as a champion in 2025. There's just too much available for them, and the carries just have all the time in the world. While on the other side of things, Instinct doesn't have that same impact with just the 2 items. They need to complete that Shirelda's Grudge. They need that extra bit of penetration just to get through Rose Thorn, Strompest, and Chick-fil-A. Like, I think Bradley needs to start pumping out more damage very, very quickly.
Yeah, but it's hard to do in the Silas, especially at this point in the game. Doesn't even have the items for it. Is building an aggressive item, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it in time. Baron has been spawned. Huge goal lead for UCI. Gorica and Rose Thorn and Xiao Danny are mounting the charge to victory for their team, having a great game. 700 and 550 gold bounties apiece. They see Chick-fil-A. Rose Thorn going in. Diamond is in range, but they're just going to go ahead and send it right onto the Sejuani. Kenvi is in trouble here. Rooted as well. Cannot make an escape. Yes, barely going to survive due to Diamond able to save the day at the end there. But Kenvi has been chunked quite heavily. Loses the flash and the ultimate. Gets the snipe, but not the kill. Not enough damage. Not an AP Kaisa. As it looks like with that, they're going to go ahead send it straight onto the Baron. They think they found an angle here. Once the damage from Gorica going to put this Baron to very low HP. No enemy jungler in sight. Kenvi completely caught far away. And now they're going to go ahead for the turnaround. Diamond now dropping low. Instinct is going to get knocked up. Do they have the damage? Xiao Danny's still alive. Quite healthy. Chick-fil-A Carillion dropping low. Strompus in the back line. Lots of health bars are dropping steadily. Rose Thorn still alive. Can they back their way out? Xiao Danny pretty healthy. Very strong on this rise. And even if they don't get a kill on the side of UCI, walking out with Baron is a win. And they do.
Yeah, they do, and they fully disengage from that one. No deaths to follow, and you could see Gorica even there just constantly kiting backwards, staying out of it, then just completely not attacking, saying, we're not fighting this, everyone get out, you're stressing me, stop looking for fights. And yeah, it's perfect. They get the Baron. They set themselves up now. Strompus now back to the top. They're going to be able to maybe 1-4-0. Rose Thorn looking maybe clear out a couple of camps, but they have all the time in the world now to set themselves up to just siege, take their time with it, and that AP starting to come through for that Kaisa as well as that Seeker's Arm Guard. That they're going to be in a wonderful position.
The damage keeps on climbing for the backline of UCI with the Baron. Should be able to take down a lot of turrets, further this gold lead here. Philip does have the Nightbringer. Going to be able to block one spell, as that is a turret dropping. And so gold lead continues to climb here. They are low range on the side of UCI, Sader, so sieging is not their best suit.
It's not their greatest, but with the Baron element, it will definitely help out.
Oh,
Philip will just die.
Philip! Ooh, this is not the time to be cracking, Sader. This is a very important game right here. Giving the advantage to UCI gives the advantage in the series, the comfort, the ability to go for crazier plays, crazier picks. or just put Citadel up against the wall, mounting pressure as they get the engage onto Bradley here, dropping very low, and that's going to be the kill. Kenvi is a huge health bar, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and keep continuing on. Kuruli going to go ahead with the root from Zhao Danny, picking up the kill. Gorka's here. I think they found the win. UCI just 2 men away from picking up the win. They're going to pick up another one on the diamond, and now just instinct. You can't solo defend. Gorka, killer instinct for the killer finale, and they are going to win game number 3 against Citadel.
Yeah, game number 3, as it will be UCI taking a 2-1 lead now from what was a dominant showing in game 1 to what is starting to show into a very, very strong early game positioning now coming in from UCI, and then finally clicking in that mid game. You can still see the goal leads constantly building for CIT, but UCI are just fighting it out that little bit better.
Yeah, this is, looking at the goal graph, Citadel still with a good lead, but look at that red for the side of UCI. This is their strongest game in the series so far, and it comes down to the game 3. Momentum completely in their favor. Sater, have Citadel been frazzled a little bit, because this is clearly their worst game?
This has been their worst game so far, yes. I think CIT just got a little bit too ahead of themselves, I think, in 1 or 2 of the cases, and overplayed a couple of situations. And I think Erika and Jaudani just set themselves up way too nicely in those situations. Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit messy. I think that's the best way to put it. And CIT, they need to go back to what they've done best, which is control the early game, get all the objectives, not let them breathe in lanes. And I think they're really missing that Nico pick. I think that's one of the key picks that really opens it up for them. So CIT, I think you need to find another roaming support, something along those lines, and leave Gorica to just kind of take over the lane, let them have it.
I mean, you're kind of just starting to criticize draft here. What about the
Little
top side
bit.
pick for Citadel? Because it really doesn't look like this double melee Sejuani strategy worked out. I don't think they responded to the Rise very well in draft. I think that's the key point there.
Yeah, I think the Rise got too much agency. I think it got way too much time on the map, just to move around, be safe, and then join fights when it wanted to, while Silas didn't have the pressure I think we both expected Silas to have. I think both of us were kind of like, yeah, Silas should take over this lane, and it just never really happened.
It's one of the matchups that people like with Rise. Of course, Silas strong early, but they weren't able to find any kills. So right now, Citadel, they have to figure out a solution. This is not a situation anyone expected them to be. UCI can come in here with a very strong upset and Citadel to the loser bracket, and there's a hell of a lot more games in the loser bracket, more opportunities to fumble. So when we get back, we're going to see if UCI can close this one out. Dater, we talked about this before game number 1. UCI needs to get to those game 4, game 5 situations to really dice up the draft, give something special, and really confuse Citadel. Well, they've done it, and they've done it with a game series lead versus Citadel here. Sater, momentum's in their hands. Maybe they're the new favorite of this match. Have you changed your opinion, or are you just gonna keep saying Zhao Danny ride or die?
Oh, Zhao Danny ride or die always. Like Zhao Danny's always been my go-to. I've been a big fan for many a year now. I still remember my first time watching Zhao Danny. I went, "Yep, that's the player for me." All the way to the LCS, now LTA. I will be standing by. But yeah, no, I've been very, very excited to see Zhao Danny throughout the whole tournament. Every single time I get to see him play, I think he is an exceptional player. And he always seems to, I think the word I used before is he builds moments for his team to win games, is what I've said about him. He makes something happen that will change the whole game. And he's done it again, the madman. He's done it again. From Ares to Rises, even somehow getting cancelled out of a Risal to win a game. Sometimes that's just enough. But look, we're going into this last draft. Lucian being taken away. We're not going to see that one come true. Caitlyn Pantheon. We're going to see Varus, Thalia, Senna. Cassante is still available. I'm surprised we haven't seen that top laner come true at all, because that has been one of the ones that everyone seems to complain about every time. But
oh, the Jace. It's also going to be doubling as a takeaway from Philip. But yeah, the Cassante has been nerfed quite a bit. No one really wants to play him anymore, but we did see some play in the ACL the other day here. Jhin, I mean, the 80 carry pool getting pinched quite a bit here. Jhin utility 80 carry, but that does mean Citadel needs to pick up some more 80 damage somewhere else in their composition. Oh, there's Maokai.
Finally, we're going to see the Maokai. I've been waiting for this for so long. So important to have a Maokai somewhere in the draft. Yeah, one of the best picks you can take at this stage, I think. I just really, really enjoy seeing the Maokai step into games. Always been a favorite of mine. But Cassiopeia, which was banned previously, will be making its first appearance in this one. How do you feel about that pick overall?
I feel like, especially right now in this part of the draft, you're kind of giving the onus to the other team. Hey, you got to pick like far range champions, or else you're gonna have trouble with Cassiopeia. Completely dissuading engage. And okay, so they answer Bradley. This is a great response, picking up the Hui. So it's kind of, in a way, it's like forcing the draft a little bit, but also opening yourself up to a counter.
Yeah, you are opening yourself up. Alistair is such a great pick, though. I really enjoy that. I just think that all in. I want to just headbutt things. Great pick. I'm excited to see Xiaodani's Casio. It is such an aggressive pick if played correctly. But Hui, I've seen so many Huis today just not work out. Anyone that was a Fnatic G2 watcher, it's just the humanoid's just been falling off a cliff for me lately. Just don't want to watch that anymore. But in the bot side, we're going to see Corki and Draven being taken away from Gorica, who has been on a bit of a tear now in the last 2 games, playing very well on the...
Ooh, roaming pick support on the Bard. So they're going to try to shake up the other lanes here. Try to get some prio against the Alistair. Bard definitely can do that range versus melee. Go ahead and set Instinct on an island, and then have Diamond shake up the other lanes as a Kog'Maw will be picked up here. Kind of a risky spot for a Kog'Maw Satyr, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't really like this, especially not taking one of those enchanters to help boost the Kog'Maw. It's not really a raise the puppy comp, it's to hopefully do enough damage that the Kog'Maw can free fire. I would have nearly preferred an Ashe in this situation and just taken that extra bit of utility, but no, they have opted into that one with the Scion appearing in the top side. Now, that is a pick I thoroughly enjoy.
Scion is going to be played into the Strompest Cassio. Xiaodani going to be playing the Jace in the mid lane. Haven't seen Jace in the mid lane in quite a bit, if we're going to be honest here. Looks like they're going to go ahead and play the switcheroo. Something that they've been flexing quite a bit. We saw that on the Rise. We saw that on the Azir. They're not afraid to switch up the picks here. And how do you feel about this switcheroo being performed?
I don't really... I don't know. I would have preferred the Cassio mid, just because I think Cassio is much better at aiding the jungler in some cases, helping to move around and set themselves up with good skirmishing. But yeah, it's a tough one to call, isn't it? It's one of those. It's one of those.
Yeah, Cassio. I mean, like, you don't.
I'm very uncomfortable with it being changed. Okay, I'm very uncomfortable. I don't want it this way.
You don't necessarily want the Cassio into the Hui, as Cruelly is going to be forced out of the jungle. Citadel really up on their early game macro decision making here. Complete force out. Rosethorn is here. They do have Gorica coming from the bottom side. Kog'Maw does do a bunch of damage level 1, especially if you let him stack up the lethal tempo here. It looks like they're fighting for this one. Heavy aggression. Jarvan doesn't do much early. Neither does a Maokai. So it's really going to be on these AD carries and supports to make the difference. Oh, a punt over the wall! And there goes Instinct. And this is going to be a full retreat on the side of Citadel. That was an amazing headbutt, I have to say.
There was something about that was truly magical, but there's still not enough done in those early stages. Like, no summers are really burned. Everything's still up in the air. No one's on fire, I think is the best way to put it. No one's on fire yet.
Are you sure Maokai is not out of the woods just yet? Because J4 level 2, Maokai level 1.
Yeah, okay, yeah, there is a little bit of fire, but that could be easily extinguished. I want to see pure madness like we saw in game 1, where there's random flanking bot lanes. That was fun, but Xiaodani right now on the Jace, trying to get the better of Bradley, but Bradley is heavily poking out. And look at the moves, look at the steps, nothing hitting.
Ooh, nice dodge.
Good dodge.
Xiaodani getting low in the mana. He's going to switch to melee form to restore that. Interested to see where the junglers are, because I think this is the most important thing. We might have a bit of a flash. No, Xiaodani just walks out. But what is going on for the junglers here? As it looks like Kenvi is going to be able to pick up the blue buff. And somehow, some way, Rosethorn is now behind Kenvi. Oh my goodness.
Things change quite fast in these games, and everything seems to just...
What
blow up.
happened?
Everything's crazy, okay? So don't worry about it. Just ask absolutely no questions, get no answers.
Okay, right? We're never going to figure out how Kenvi was able to get ahead of J4 level 1 to level 2. But it happened nonetheless. Back from Rosethorn. is going to do first item Ruby Crystal. I am thoroughly confused on items this series. I don't know what's going on.
Is it going to be a Sundering Sky first item coming through there? Is it going to be...
Wouldn't you just get a longsword? I'm just for faster clear. I don't know. I feel like that makes the most sense to me. As Scuttle Crab gets picked up here. And it's really going to be for Ken V to just hit that level 6. Start affecting the map with the ultimate.
I don't like these slow games. Okay, I'm going to put it out there really, really quickly because it's a best of 5. Murder and decapitations and absolutely crazy lanes. When it always comes to best of 5s, fatigue sets in, players get a little bit slower. They don't want to play super, super micro champions that have so many little intricate... Never mind, Cassio died.
Well, that is part of the worry. Did die without flash as well, so I'm assuming nice CC combo was laid down onto Strumpest. Part of the problem with the Cassio top versus the Scion here, as we're going to get a nice little replay Satyr.
So recall, setting it up, Strumpest taking their time, but yeah, flash Maokai. What can you do? What can you do?
That would look like a really long-range W. Don't think I've ever seen it that far before. As that's going to be the Faded Ashes picked up here. Diamond going to be harassing Rosethorn just a little bit.
See, Kenvi is the Lorax, and the Lorax speaks for the trees.
Oh. Okay. I thought Maokai would be the one speaking for the trees, but it is going to be Rosethorn here.
Getting a little bit harassed here by Diamond. Does manage to smite it away, but does lose that pink as we do see the sweep come true as Chick-fil-A will come and aid. And I'm going to be honest, even with that one kill, I need more murder, guys. Like, you've got a Bard. Go crazy. Go stupid.
More murder.
Yeah, more murder.
So, if we're looking at the side of Citadel, if Instinct doesn't have a good game. Ooh, that's a nice dodge. Philip is not level 6, though. But if we're looking at the comp here, Satyr, Instinct is the only true source of AD, especially early. So if Instinct doesn't have a good game, I expect it to be quite difficult for the magic damage dealers to carry out enough.
You would say that, but you have to remember, Jin has this magical ability of the number 4. And if it's a fort of anything, it does damage. It's just everything is executor ramp. Q ramps up in damage. Fort shot will one-shot someone. Doesn't matter. If they're low enough, it'll kill them. It's a free Garen ult on a bullet.
But you have to get there in a team fight. We will see here. Kenvi going to go for this one. Rosethorn trying to make their way for a steal. Grulian's here. They're going to get the CC onto the Maokai. Full CC combo. Gorka there to pick up the kill, and that is beautifully done. Now Xiao Danny trying to get the knockback onto Instinct. Does not have flash, just the barrier in. The slain Bard is going to try to get away here. Flash of the wall. Instinct went down. Alisar absolutely annihilated by that 4th shot, as no one's going to be able to pick up that dragon.
No, I'm very surprised to see that Rick actually followed into that fight instead of staying on the Drake, especially seeing how well the fight was going. Just get that objective for your team. You'd already gotten one of the kills anyway, so it would have been a lot better there just to help take that Drake. But on the other side of things, we're still one away from that feat of warfare, as we do see Strumpest now in a little bit of a tough position, as the cow is here to help, but how much help can you really give? The ult is nearly available for Strumpest as well. They do miss it though. Big miss coming through from the Cassio. They need this kill, but here comes Diamond. Portal over the top. Stun could come true. Chick-fil-A now in a little bit of trouble. Level 4 will just knock back, will not land the pulverizes in the jungle. The fight continues as it is Rosethorn and Bradley scrapping it out. Bradley now in a little bit of trouble, will be grounded, will be sent back by Mother into the jungle, as we do see Chick-fil-A does manage to step out of the Bard's stun. We'll see Conqueror proc, more damage done. There's the arcane. Will it be enough damage? It will be the flash. That will be the feat of warfare. Philip now to help clean it up. 2 more for Bradley on this way, and it is all Citadel.
Unfortunate that Rosethorn did not have Cataclysm for that fight, because it goes drastically different if they're able to lock down Bradley for the kill. Meanwhile, might be a little cheeky steal. No smite on Rosethorn. Just gonna go for the Cataclysm. Zhao Danny there to finish it off. They went for the kill. They do get the grub. Gonna try to extend this one here. Rosethorn EQ's coming up soon, but now they're under the turret. And this is going to be a very dangerous dive if they were to do so.
Diamonds will be able to escape from this one. Zhao Danny won't be able to go too aggressive. Will get knocked up by Philip. And how incredible is it that you just straight up take your first name and go, yeah, that'll do. Like, it just takes gusto to not take an IGL, right?
What about your full name, like a Zhao Danny? You know,
Yeah, that's also even better. Like, straight up government naming yourself in a video game, incredible. Just stick your PPS number in your hashtag, you know.
Oh, no EQ combo for Rosethorn. Now they're super low. Diamond picks up the kill. That was a bit of a miss. The Maokai smash perfectly displacing the J4 away from the EQ. Trumpist here is just going to have to slither on out. Oh, they're doing a bit of a lane swap. They're doing a lane swap. Strumpus now in the mid lane. Gorka going in for the 1v1 against Instinct. These autos hurt from the Kog'Maw. One more ultimate will seal the deal. Barrier drops. Instinct turning it around and say, wait a minute. There's not enough mana. Gorka doesn't have enough mana for the ultimate to finish off Instinct, and they get the kill instead.
Gorka, you didn't need to walk into the tower. Oh,
the auto attack certainly did need. I mean, no mana though for the ultimate, unless you want to dodge 4 shots of Jhin.
You have flash, you have ghost. Turn on the jets.
Ghosting earlier probably would have been the play, as we have Bradley getting engaged stun now into the EQ combo. There is no Cataclysm on deck. Rosethorn trying to auto down Bradley, but look at this way damage. The level 3 Zhao Danny gets the snipe at the end as well. Third level difference not going to be the factor. Zhao Danny picking up another kill, and UCI are fighting it back against Citadel.
Yeah, if there's one thing that's scary, it's a Fed wave. If it's one thing that's scarier, is a Fed Jace. And there's something about NA Jace that I do have to go against and say it's going to be the way that might win this one out. But Zhao Danny's starting to get into a good position.
Here's the ghost.
He's starting to dog walk down Instinct, and this is the thing about Kog'Maw. You turn on the jets and you just run at them, but Gorika's slowed up. Will get knocked back. Kenvi, can you take this one all by yourself? Rosethorn nearly here.
Oh wait, there was a
sad state of affairs.
Oh, gonna flash out the ult. The passive does go through, but yes, sad state of affairs does not pick up the kill. Rage Blade. Kog'Maw has acquired the huge damage spike here, and this might be the most delayed dragon so far. Both teams have not picked it up yet, as the grubs fully secured for Citadel. Just want to remind ourselves of that. Wait a minute. Kenvi getting caught here. Ultimate can be used from the bar to delay, and now Instinct is in prime position. Cataclysm will try to get away. Cerulean trying to pick up a cheeky kill, but the Maokai going to dissuade that. And now Instinct turning this play around. UCI, you had it, and now that is a bit of a fumble.
Oh, here comes the ult from the Jhin as well to pick up more off of this one as Chick-fil-A turns on the boosters, but will they be able to pick up Diamond off the other end of this one? Gorika, you could kill that Jhin. I fully believe in you.
Did do it so far. Does not have the Ghost or the Flash. Barrier coming up for Instinct. Probably should think about it twice, as Diamond does not fall here. Citadel starting to build a lead. In this game.
Yeah, Citadel, something about their early game and just picking up leads constantly. It's a real testament to their ability. But right now, Kenvi has been everywhere, permanently trying to get something done on this Maokai, and I love to see how quickly they're getting around the map, getting to all these lanes, getting as much pressure down as they can, and it's been working for them. And they've been keeping up as well in these camps. But Rosethorn currently being caught. This is a roaming support power. You're constantly around when Kenvi needs you. Zhao Danny might be in a little bit of trouble here. Will we see Bradley go for this snipe? No, we're going to see Diamond go for this. Diamond is diving between 2 towers. Will go quite low here, and that was just pure risk, as we do see dog walking again from Gorika. One more auto will do it, and the cow was just staring at the Jhin as it died.
Yeah, this is all Gorika favored down here in this 1v1. Jhin just trying to survive, and meanwhile we have another attempt at Gorika. Ultimate gonna come through. The block from Cerulean.
Oh no.
And to set this up. Oh, they don't they don't get the finish off as well. Bradley's out of mana. Might have enough for one more spell, but Rose Thorn's here, Cataclysm onto both. They don't have that much HP, but they're going to try to go for it. Gorka is autoing. There's no one attacking this Kog'Maw. It will just caustic spit their way to victory. TP coming in. I believe that's Zhao Danny on the flank. Rose Thorn's still here. Has the EQ. Can Zhao Danny pick up the kill? Flash into the E. Now just going to walk away out of turret range. Does take a turret shot. Now, Instinct, can you pick up a return kill? Fourth shot does hit Zhao Danny, but the Gromp's not going to be able to finish it off here. And this extended skirmish, I don't know how long it was, Sater. I don't know if you were counting, but guess what it does do? It closes that gold gap, and Gorka picking up more kills yet again on a high-scaling AD carry.
Yeah, something about this game. I complained that it wasn't spicy enough, and now we're well above that kill a minute, and everyone's just scrapping constantly. We also have a TP coming in from Bradley into this top side as Strumpus might be in a little bit of trouble here. We're waiting to see how much damage to be able to get back. They can't even proc the Conqueror in time. There it is, finally up, but there's just not enough coming through. There's the healing. There we go. That's what we were looking for. He's
Love had enough mana at the end of the day. That was close. That was really close.
He was doing it. He was snaking on him.
Yeah, a couple more Twin Fangs for the sustain. Could have sealed the deal. Bradley here going to get the push into lane. Do they get the first turret? And that would be a nice boon for them. UCI not picking up any feats just yet. No one's gotten Dragon.
No one's picked up a Dragon.
There's a turret.
Tower will go in the top side and will be picked up by Bradley as Gorica now finding the better of that trade as Philip will just be able to tank up most of that extra magic damage with that Canuck Rookern available with them with the Aegis now to stop the damage. They'll definitely be able to side lane into this Kog'Maw, but it is still free time for this Kog'Maw to set themselves up as, oh my god, how many pings do you guys need?
It's
every 20 seconds there's a ping, and I can just constantly hear pings.
They need to communicate that they are going for blood as this dragon's being started here. Diamond did get CC'd momentarily. Now we have a very low Zhao Danny just getting caught up by the roots of this Maokai. Alistar going to pop the ultimate. Gorka now. Oh, the steal away. Rosethorn wasn't able to smite it. Gonna have to flash away from the Bard ultimate as well. This game's absolutely insane. It is off the rails as now Strumpus gets caught up and Citadel with a huge win. There's just no consistency in this series so far. It just has to be crazy 24/7.
It is absolutely mental work coming through here as Gorica finally getting a chance to see what it's like when you can't just dog walk everything in the vicinity, and now has to stay back from the tower being taken as Bradley gets their second with the help of Instinct. And down on the bot side, I believe Philip's also taking that bot tower, so Citadel starting to get back into the swing of getting their gold leads up even after that abysmal fight that just happened and the steal coming through from Instinct's curtain call. But I still feel like UCI, under the right kind of conditions, can end this game faster than Citadel can. I still think they have that opportunity.
Well, the Kog'Maw is huge. So much damage in the kit of one small champion. And it looks like they're going to be able to pick up a nice game for speedrunning the game is the Rift Herald. So if they get this objective, that'd be a great spot for them. They get the smite. No steal for Bradley here. And now, a potential for them to really accelerate this game here, Sater.
Yeah, this is... I'm just kind of checking over the board on everything that I can see, and I can see the Unending Despair now also finished for the Scion, so I don't think Cassio has any strength whatsoever in this game until we start to see those Leandries and Royal Eyes and all those items come true. So side lane is locked down at the moment. Bradley and Philip both should be able to deal with that Cassio. In the jungle, it's very, very even between Kenvi and between Rosethorn, but I just think Kenvi has more strength at the moment, being that Maokai, but never mind the fight.
And that is going to be a nice combo being landed. The Bard ultimate might seal the deal. Jin going to try to close this out. Second shot. Third shot on the Rosethorn. Philip gets the kill. Fourth shot goes wide, but now it's Cerulean who has to get out of here. and there is just so much CC. It is hard to escape, and Gorka wasn't there for that fight. Satyr completely out of range. The Kog'Maw was not able to do any damage, and now they're going in for a turret dive. Flash and Ghost away, barely gets out of range. The Roots nipping at the heels of the Kog'Maw. Root gonna land. That's a lot of poke damage onto this Kog'Maw. Stromfest is gonna have to solo defend this turret. I don't think that's gonna be possible here. Instinct taking a turret shot. But one more wave with the grubs. That could be it. Meanwhile, on the bot side, it looks like Zhao Danny got caught out. The Scion of Philip is going to be able to pick up the kill. Look at this. Look at the score line on this champion here. 5-0 and 600 gold bounty. Scion is looking like they're going to be an unkillable tank. Philip just going to be unstoppable.
Yep, heading back to those tanks and wanting to set up the rest of the team as well as they can with those engages, proper boss effect. As right now they are dominating, and Strompest hasn't had the strongest showing so far in this series, not just this game. And I was really hoping the Cassia might have been a change of pace here for Strompest.
Yeah, unfortunately, just getting focused in the lane phase multiple times. The Shen was definitely their best look, and they had lots of value so far, but this is looking more closely like the Azir game. Sharpest was able to come back and become quite effective in the game, so looking to do that on the Cassio again. Zhao Danny getting caught here would be another turret. More acceleration for Citadel. Sharpest here 1v1. Does get the stun this time onto Philip, but that is not a lot of damage. There's just not enough mana in that tank here. Rift Herald is going to go down mid lane. Gorka looks like they're going to go for a surround onto Citadel. Cataclysm here. Kenvi is in the pit alone, but Gorka's not going to be able to fire. Now the Scion is going to be able to stop the damage from coming through. Cerulean here, as well as we have the Cassio getting frozen up. Quaid ultimate going to be popping. Rosethorn onto Philip. Can they get this Scion out of here? Such a big thorn in their side. Zhao Danny goes down as well. Maokai ultimate providing tons of zone, and Citadel assuming control here. Strompest and Gorka, can they knock down this tank? Philip's still alive. The health bars are too low on their side. Rosethorn now dropping super low. The burn. Will it be able to pick up the kill? Looks like Rosethorn's still alive. Diamond gonna be really cheeky to go for an extra kill. But it looks like that might have just broken UCI. Another win for Citadel.
Yeah, and they're now trying to collapse on the Gorica, or at least send them backwards, make sure they can get this tower for free. The Drake is spawning just now. They'll be in a good position to take this one. They're also already taking Atakan. So Citadel, back to their game one shenanigans of just full control, roaming support being everywhere, Kenvi being a monster, and all of that range damage artillery coming through from Instinct and Bradley constantly, and UCI for all the strength they have in that Kog'Maw. They just can't get through this Scion. It's just creating too much space.
Scion could just buy so much time from Gorka, who has to eat through all those health bars, allowing the rest of the team of Citadel to make plays in these team fights. And right now, Bradley is doing so much damage on this way, plus Kenvi providing all that space. What else does Citadel need to win these team fights? As it looks like we're going to be heading into the mid game here. Citadel finally clawing back into this game with a massive lead.
Yeah, massive lead, Citadel. They've got everything they need now, but we've seen this before. We've seen them have these massive leads. We've seen them in what looks like a full control situation, and UCI managed to find something, find an angle, find a fight, find one moment. All eyes on Zhao Danny to make that moment happen once again. That poke could be enough if they can get it onto Bradley or Instinct, Gorica on the back. But instead, Gorica now in a world of trouble, as here comes the Unstoppable, here comes the Scion, here comes the damage, and Philip is dominating.
Philip cannot be stopped here. Going to be able to pick up another kill. No team fight win in sight without a Kog'Maw. So everyone on the top side of UCI has to make a quick exit with haste. Strompest, did they get delayed? Yes, they did. Full vision as well. How long can they stall? But they're definitely not getting out of here alive. The answer was not too long. Fortunately for them, Baron is not up. However, the dragon has spawned, and it looks like Citadel is on the opposite side of the map. Doesn't look like dragons are going to be a factor in their mind.
Nope, not for the moment. No team really cares too much about these dragons right now. We're not even seeing what the dragon is going to be in terms of soul. as we're still waiting for that second Drake to be taken. And I remember when you used to be able to get 25-minute souls and have everything ready for yourself, and instead all we're getting is one single cloud. That's it.
Oh, they're trying to
No
mount a
forecast.
defense here. Zhao Danny is exposed. Maokai ultimate plus the knockoff of Sign. 4-shot not even necessary. Bradley picks up the kill. Rosethorn trying to get out of here. We have Cerulean with the ultimate already popped, flashing away after the Cataclysm, but that does give time. Gorka picks up a kill. Shut down onto Kenvi. Philip still alive. Philip just full HP, even with a Kog'Maw. Maybe third item is going to be necessary for UCI to knock down this tank. But right now, another win for Citadel. They're starting to stack the gold. Do they overreach? Do they go for an unwise play that gives UCI more time? That is the defining factor of Citadel right now, because this game, this control, means that they are the ones who are deciding who wins and who loses.
Who wins, who loses, deciding factors, so many variables. I just think Zhao Danny's going to do something. Zhao Danny's got to do something here, bring UCI back. All belief in the boy, but right now it is Rosethorn in a world of hurt as they're getting chased down by Diamond, who, on this Bard, has so much speed. Love seeing a Bard in those later stages.
Yeah, has the Swifties boots with the upgrade, plus the movement speed support item there, making it very difficult to catch this Bard. Can we pick
Trailblazer.
Trailblazer, and blazing a trail to victory as Rosethorn gets rooted up, plus the trap. Zhao Danny's going to try to do something here, but there's just no way to get around this tank. Now they have to make a full exit. Bradley takes a shock to blast to the face, but is just going to shrug it off here. With the jungler down, the Baron is all but exposed. Bradley going to play guard duty here. Mid lane being exposed. Gorka pushing up with Cerulean. Can they trade something? Yes, they can. Objective bounty unlocked. But Seder, that's the Baron. Potential win right around the corner after this is picked up.
Yeah, and this is once again Citadel's kind of bread and butter, just controlling the map in terms of spacing, finding the picks, taking objectives. Did Bard just steal that? Did Bard just steal that?
The Bard just stole that. When no smite to secure it, Bard does take it. And now it looks like Trumpes is going to have to run away. Philip is getting auto-attacked as Zhao Danny is just going to burn to death from Kenvi here. Philip is low. Do they have enough damage? Do they have enough health pool? Alistar is taking it for now with the ultimate. And they get the kill. Trumpes is still here. Bard ult onto 2. Do they have the setup? Rosethorn is causing mayhem in the back line. Philip's there. So is Instinct. Gorka's auto-attacking. This is going to be some kills. 1,100 gold onto this Kog'Maw. Can they pick up Instinct? That's a lot of gold if they are able to get this one. Philip not able to get the kill. Instinct auto-attacking for movement speed here. Do they have the ability? Kenvi's going to dissuade any further assault.
A lot of gold does go into the pocket of the Kog'Maw, but in this mid lane, they do manage to crack open that tower. The base is now opened, and the Baron's still available for another minute and 50 seconds. So they have all the time in the world to get back out onto the map, reset their eyes on their next objective, and continue to move. They also got that Drake. Somehow, Bard walked in and stole it. And I have so many questions about how a Bard can do that. But I know there was no jungler, but come on. It's a Bard. Come on.
Now, there's a lot of threats they have to worry about. Like Kenvi right now, trying to run away from UCI. Gorka does not have any defenses. If they get caught now, they're just done for. Root is probably going to hit. Meanwhile, on the top side, Kenvi going to be fighting 3 members of UCI. And from long range, Philip does get the stun. Can Zhao Danny get out of here alive? They don't really have a good way to take down this Scion. No burn health damage just yet. Rosethorn getting caught. Forced to EQ away. Bradley going to go for the finish. Looks like Jin's going to land one. The second one goes wide. Third one goes wide as well. Bradley just needs to land one ability here. Just one ability, Bradley. Flash for the wall. This is a lot of stall time here. Can Rosethorn get out? Healing from the red buff. I mean, there's so much mana. Oh, they're just playing around. They're just having fun. Flash being burned. Auto attack seals the deal. All right.
Finally. Rose Thorn, it was a good attempt. It was a good attempt. You had some fun. I could hear the music in the back of my head. It was great. Wonderful. But you're better off just dying and respawning faster. Let's be honest. You'd be on the map faster. There was no way they were going to allow you to escape that way. And Gorica now has 4 items completed on this Kog'Maw.
4 items, very strong. But is it enough? So far, Philip has only died once. And that's after a 3v1 in the top side. Oh, that's a nice poke. But it looks like that's not going to dissuade Citadel for now. Philip landing the axe. Looks like they're going to go for the engage. Philip is kind of exposed here. Does have the ultimate to get out of any tricky situations. And it looks like there's not much that's going to be done from the side of UCI. They're trying to find some angles, Satyr. They're trying to find some kind of win, but it's just not looking possible. Judge trying to poke out the back line. Can't get a shock blast through. Trumpest in the front line. Bard ultimate going to be used on 1. Now the team fight's starting to fire up. Kenvy's in the front line using the ultimate. Going to peel their way back. Philip does go down. Just straight DPS from the team of UCI. He's knocked up for Cerulean. Can they finish them off? Gorka is still here. Trumpest firing away. It's just Philip going down though. Rosethorn's still alive, but nothing else can be done. They have to back away. Have to heal up. Gorka takes a huge 4th shot to the face, but is not going to go down just yet. Cataclysm up. And it looks like as they are ready to fight, Citadel are going to back off here and retreat after getting 2 inhibitors.
2 inhibitors, but they managed to take out Philip again. And slowly but surely, Grick is trying their very best here. But a lot of damage, and Rosethorn has decided to commit Sudoku.
Very tough puzzle that is. They're going to go ahead and drop. The dragon coming up in 20. Rosethorn probably won't be alive for that, so that's going to be a 3rd dragon. But, I mean, Satyr, the base is in shambles. 3rd dragon coming around the corner. Baron going to be up in a minute. This should be Citadel's victory.
It should be, but it's instilled belief in me. The fact that it didn't end right there, there's a small bit of belief. I mean, like, it's like the light at the end of a tunnel, but it's a candle flickering in the wind. There's not a lot there. Let's be honest. There's not a lot, but there's something about it that just makes me believe that maybe Kog'Maw with 1 more item, 1 more bit of attack speed, 1 more smidgen, maybe a wit's end, something small. It might just be enough. It might be. But for all the advantages that UCI did pick up in some of those early game skirmishes with Xiaodani picking up kills and Gorica picking up kills and Rosethorn being here and there and getting a few bits, Sion just became too big for them and bought Bradley and Instinct way too much time. They need to find something that's aggressive in the top, that's a top laner. Just play the Renekton, please.
Yeah, the Shen. Reminder, Shen was a good look. As it looks like Citadel just going straight for this Baron. They're ready to set up Bradley. Again, playing that guard. And it looks like they don't even need anyone to walk up here. Rosethorn, they're getting a bit wise to it. Starting to walk in. Bradley in great position for poke. Rosethorn dropping super low. Baron, 6K. Rosethorn's dropping super low now with the Gen ultimate. They're going to try to find the finish. The Maokai ultimate does go wide. Trumpus is here with the vision so far. Gorka absolutely annihilating. Remember, this Kog'Maw is 4 items. Look at the health bar. Philip cannot stand in front of this Kog'Maw so far. They lost their jungler on the side of UCI. So now it looks like they're feeling confident. TP back from Philip is going to be full health. That's another health bar to knock down. Gorka's here. Used all the sums already. Bradley in prime position to lay down DPS. Cerulean's here. Do they have an engage? Bradley, half HP. The poke from Gorka is landing, and now they're just going to go straight into the front line. Strumpus is going to flash out. There is no more support. Cerulean has fall as Strumpus. Xiaodani. Oh, Gorka, this is it. This might be the game. Airborne stunned into the end. Strumpus now going to try to kite it out. Xiaodani getting a very hopeful kill back. This is going to go 3 for 3 so far. Meanwhile, the base is going to be defended by Rosethorn. But that is going to be the hopes of Baron. Dash from the side. Citadel double stun. Strawpest gets the kills that they need. Zhao Danny going to try to finish it off. Strawpest and Zhao Danny, they're going to turn this around. It was a 5 for 3 at the end of the day.
Yeah, as we do see Diamond now appearing back in the fight, Danny might be in a little bit of trouble here. But will manage to stay away from that. They do manage to pick up the blue buff as well. There was a moment where Philip might have gotten that one, but Danny made a moment, Strompus made a moment, and Gorica made a moment. They might be back into this one. Diamond sitting in the bush. They know that this is a do or die. They need this Baron. They need this to help them not only defend their base, but give them any hope of breaking these last few towers. They do manage to get it. No steal from Diamond this time around on this objective, as he did steal a Drake earlier. But Rosethorn, you gotta run faster than that, buddy. There you go. There you go.
The speed of Diamond might be able to thwart Rosethorn's escape here. Oh, the meeps coming through. Gonna be able to blast going over the wall. But Satyr, this game is even. The gold is even. And now Gorica can fell Philip on this Scion. The walking wall of HP, well, there's a lot of percentage health on this Kog'Maw. And right here, when they get the turnaround of Gorica, the slow, you think it's all over. But Zhao Danny hero play here. We can see it right on the side. Flash Q combo. Getting a nice bonus to gold. And what a play here. They're going to walk straight into Strompus and Zhao Danny. And this is a very strong kiting comp. These two champions together landing the double ultimate. Beautiful. Strompus waking up, is active in this game. And now in the mid lane, huge development. They're fighting for this control. We have an engage. Rosethorn is in. Diamond is starting to drop low. Do they have the kill? Bradley's poking back. Philip's still up. There is no defensive for Gorica at the moment. Has to play very safe. They're pushing up the mid lane. 1 minute on the Dragon. If they get this Dragon, that's extra time in this game, Satyr. More time for them to scale on the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, as we do wait and see here, because Rosethorn might be thinking, I could go aggressive here again. I could land on the Instinct, but no, they will get spotted out by the power of these saplings coming through from that Maokai. So important in these later stages to be able to clear bushes, no face checking, always careful as you move around, but this Drake is very important. Kind of expecting Philip to just ult down this mid lane and start going for some of these inhibitors, but they're going to choose maybe to go for this fight as Waste trying to pick away, dropping artillery from a distance. Same with Zhao Danny. The poke is so important. Whoever can get more down will more than likely win this fight. They do manage to clear out a ward. You get some saplings on them, some more damage coming through. Drake's still not up. 10 more seconds and they're still posturing like this is the most important objective in the game.
It might just be the most important objective in the game. It looks like we have an engage from Cerulean. The Bard ultimate is used, but I don't think they're going to be able to finish off Gorica. Alistar ultimate is blown. That's a huge defensive. Rostarn's in. Kenvy's using the Maokai to just zone away. Alistar super low, but it looks like with that, not enough burn damage. Rosethorn, if Rosethorn falls, they cannot smite away this Dragon. Gorica back in the mid lane. Alistar sticking around. Isn't going to back. They still have the Baron. Remember, Strompus getting poked out is super low. Rosethorn super low as well. Huge poke back damage from Zhao Danny. Cataclysm in. Flash out. Is this it? They're all going in. They're trying to sink their teeth. They do get Bradley. And now Zhao Danny's going to fall Gorica. It's all up to you. Ghost is pop. Can you auto them all down? The autos using all those damage health modifiers. Rosethorn's here. Kenvy. It's just 2 of them left. I don't think they can do it. There's not enough damage. Diamond going to try to land a cheeky stun. Rosethorn is here. And now with the knock-up, can they survive this? Gorica is not down just yet. Danny, I mean, look at the healing off the minions. Alistar is here. Cerulean, if they get Kenby, should be able to pick up this Dragon. Oh, it's so tricky. It's so tricky for them. It looks like Gorica's given up on the chase. They just want the turrets. Then they can turn their attention to the Dragon here.
Yeah, Rosethorn going to continue this chase down, keep Diamond and Kenvy away from Gorica, as Gorica will now go back towards that Drake, set themselves up. They're going to take the Gromp on the way out as well. Always take camps when you can. Diamond is there. Look how many wards are in that one position.
There's a lot of wards down there. Ultimate going to be used to stall the Dragon. Is going to be doing so. Bradley's up. TP's in. Zhao Danny's up. TP's in. Looks like Kenvy going to be using the ultimate, but there's no follow-up. I don't know what the plan is here. Scion, Philip straight in, but it's only onto one target, and it's the Alistar. Diamond still up. Roston looking for a flank. Zhao Danny on the flank. Bradley is exposed. Bradley is exposed. Do they have the damage? Flash over the wall. And the kill! They do get Bradley again. That's huge. The way he's going to be down. What is the team fight damage looking like? Philip's going to fall as well. Rosthorn's still alive. Can they get the dragon? They do. Do they make the exit? Again, hero plays across the board. Zhao Danny is a Bradley killing machine at this point, and that missile is locked in.
It is locked in. Rosethorn's still in a little bit of trouble here, still low on HP, but they want to continue this push. They know that they have some momentum right now and they don't want to give any of it up, but there's no more items available for the Kog'Maw. This is Kog'Maw at its strongest, unless they want to get rid of those boots, which would be absolutely dire in these situations. While the rest now getting up to their last items, they're slowly building their way back into this one. And if you look across the board, Jarvan only has 3 items. Jarvan has been starved this game, while Maokai, cheap items available, Knight's Vow available, Locket of the Iron Solari, nice and easy and cheap items that can keep them in the game for so much longer, while Jarvan finally gets that Frozen Heart. This is the difficulty of playing Jarvan into something like Maokai. Maokai is the most versatile jungler, and I can't believe it's game 4 before we saw it. Come on now.
Yeah, UCI also pulling through in the lead in this game. And yeah, Rostar going for the Frozen Heart. Not that much auto attacking on the side of Citadel.
You can mess
Honestly,
up a Jhin
J4
very
can
quickly.
go- I mean, also, J4 can build Locket, can also build Knight's Vow. Not something unheard of. As Rosthorn walking into the mid lane. Philip clearing the waves. Gork has been such a core member of providing the Scion slaying power. Meanwhile, Zhao Danny getting the best of Bradley with Rosethorn. Engage on the diamond. Do they have it? Gorka in a 1v1 versus the Scion. Is this what you want? Trumpest using the ultimate early. They tried to catch Philip here, but he just turned around. Didn't get stunned up. Bradley's damage from miles away onto Rosethorn here. Root? Alstar is not used the ultimate just yet. Do they have the finish? Can they get it? Looks like they double into, and Bradley gets the kill. Huge, huge pick. Pest does not have ultimate. Philip doesn't either. Gorka is being defended by this Cassio, but here's the ultimate from Kenvi. They're trying to find the flank. Gorka fully exposed. No way to get out of it without the cleanse now being burned. Kenvi going to go in onto Zhao Danny, fully exposed. Zhao Danny cannot get away. Oh, don't tell me that it ends like this. Don't tell me it ends like this, Satyr.
No, it looks like Rosethorn is going to be the last nail in the coffin here, as they're going to be able to walk this one in. Gorika, all eyes on you. No cleanse available. Bradley still has that ult available. Philip has that ult available now as well. It's going to have to be a hell of a job here from Strompest and from Gorika to be able to hold this wave back, hold this onslaught back. And they're trying their best. Here comes Chick-fil-A. They've reappeared on the map. Strompest doing their damnedest to try find a position to try get this ult off. Flash is not available, though they do manage to get it onto Philip, but Gorika's not in range to get the damage down in time. Instinct holding onto that forward shot. Here comes the ult, here comes the damage down. Strompest done. Kenvi onto Kog'Maw, knocked back into more roots, into everything they need to hold down Gorika, and it will be game 5 as Citadel take game 4.
Oh, that is absolute insanity. Zhao Danny's coming up, but I don't know. Bradley is low on HP and mana, and that is a snipe that could keep them in the game. Kenvi, super low HP. They're going to back off. Rosethorn's looking for some kind of play. Flash Cataclysm into the EQ, onto Instinct. Shock Blast not going to land. Can they get this, though? Looks like they're able to cut this one out. Zhao Danny, nice dodge. Now you have to dodge the bullets on the way out, and it's looking like that's not going to be the case. Somehow skirts around the corner. Kenvi's out of mana. Diamond's just trying to stall, make sure that Zhao Danny cannot get back to the base. And it looks like they're just going to lay the autos down. 10 seconds on the fastest respawn. Citadel locking this one in. There is going to be a final Game 5 in Satyr. This series is absolutely chaotic. And no one would have expected it to go this far.
So many things happen in that game that don't make sense. Like,
yeah, it's just
really
sad.
bad for Gorika. I feel really bad for Gorika because there were so many moments where it was just like full on 1v9, and then Zhao Danny with some exceptional moments in saving the game, killing Bradley. Jace snipes as well at the end. There was more. That candle was flickering. The candle was permanently flickering, but Philip was so tanky.
Yeah, Philip was. I mean, eventually Gorka was able to get enough DPS, but man, won them a lot of team fights to get that lead. It was a series of hero plays, Sater. Like, UCI were on the back foot. They had to make something happen. They did, but it was just too many in a row to come back into this game. And then that last fight where they were just kept at a perfect distance for Bradley and Instinct to just, chip away at them. And they lost important members, Rose Thorn as well, at the end. And then they weren't able to win. Grueling game, but honestly, these teams coming to a game 5 is absolutely exciting. And this is a big win here to get punched in. One less on that 3 wins for the grand finals here is such a huge deal for the loser bracket. So picking up a win here for going far in this tournament is extremely important.
Yeah, it is. And it's going to set yourselves up really, really easily to continue your journey onto that, as this is the open qualifiers, and it's so, so important to put up a good showing as well. But the depths of the pools is all that matters now, as we're in a game 5 fearless. So I am more than excited to say we'll be back in just a couple of moments. Please don't go anywhere.
Hello, NACL OQ. Welcome to a game that's called UCI versus Citadel in a Game 5, as both of these teams vie for the winner's bracket here. And man, this has been a extremely interesting series here, Sater. Not to mention, no one would have expected this. Break it down for us. What do we have so far?
Madness, crazy, mental asylum games. No, genuinely, it has been a phenomenal series. From game one domination to what every caster goes, oh, it's a quick trio, cool. Everyone leans back to they brought one back from the depth. They built on it, and UCI really like grind the true game tree and came out on top and dominated in that late game to game 4 that was just madness. That was just all over the place, start to finish. Every single lane was just showing so many different things. And now going into a game 5, and I believe there's some changes to the Fearless in this one where things changed. From what I'm hearing from production is like, I didn't think this could be picked. There's some madness going on, so we'll figure that one out once we get into it. But look, I genuinely think that this entire series will go down as one of the series of League of Legends.
Yeah, this might just be an OQ classic here, a staple, because they're making history right now with this. Zhao Danny again against the NACL hopefuls. That storyline just needs to keep being retold over and over again. Not to mention that, I mean, like, for the side of UCI, they've been vying ever closer to getting into the NACL, and this is just looking like their latest attempt yet, as we have an Elise ban, as well as the Lucian. So in terms of this series, we've been calling it chaotic, right, Sater? Just crazy, dynamic, things changing all over the place. But there have been a few things that are been unchanging, and that is the early game of Citadel. That just being so dominant in those early phases, really UCI's ability to stay in the game, win through late game team fighting, has been their one avenue of victory. Are we still going to see that? Is that what you want to see from UCI? Do they keep staying the course?
Their bans have changed.
Oh yeah, Jurassic.
So that means Talia is left open.
We do have Talia being left open. Varus ever banned throughout this series. Do they pick Talia, which is a very strong pick in the current meta?
So Talia has been let through. Perfect. Now we also have ADCs available. There's not a lot of them. So Corki is the one that's sticking out in my mind, but there's also Jinx Braum. Could be a very good one too here from the side of UCI. But they're going to opt into the Pantheon, which...
yeah, Pantheon's not picked yet.
It's decent. It's decent.
It's a good, strong early game jungler. Provides a lot of power with the stun. And Annie, ooh, this is a very strong duo here. Lots of instantaneous damage and engage.
And it is something that I was talking about earlier, in that it's just an LPL favorite right now. It is so easy to pilot and maneuver. You just straight up drop it on someone's head and they just dissipate. It's the best word for it. But to follow it up with a Skarner, very good pick into Pantheon. You can survive some of that burst damage. There's the Jinx I was talking about for Instinct. So I'm hoping that either we're going to see Braum banned very early. My voice is starting to go after multiple hours of this, but we're actually going to see a Zeri coming through on the other side of this one, which is I don't like it.
I mean, it looks like UCI is building like a team fight burst style composition here. Citadel opting for more like late game, slower build of the team fight. Single out one target, get the stack on the Jinx going, and just kind of rampage through the rest of the fight here. So Annie going to be doing a lot of work, as well as Gorka, just trying to get the burst damage through, win a team fight straight away.
So it is going to be Vayne being taken away as well. They think that this might be some sort of cheesy Zeri mid, maybe. And they're a little bit worried because Jinx is heavily countered by Vayne. And it's also Xiao Danny, let's be honest now. Xiao Danny, God knows. But Tresh, no, that is not a pick you're meant to be taking anymore. I play it and it's terrible. and I love playing it, but it is absolutely just not it. It is so bad in the support pool right now, and there's the Blitzcrank is just a better version. I don't like
Especially
this.
since Zeri does have a dash. I mean, there's more of an argument if you have a mobile AD carry like the Jinx. But now the Blitzcrank hooks are going to be a huge factor because imagine Annie's skipping along for that big engage, and guess what? Hook comes in, knock up silence, and now Annie is gone. They're going to throw a Gnar on top of that. And Citadel, they're going to be fighting front to back. Meanwhile, UCI with the last pick being a Vladimir.
I like that. You know, I genuinely, I do think that's a decent... Yeah, I do like that. It works well with Annie because Annie can drop the Tibbers and you can slide underneath and you're a cool little pool and just kind of get all your damage down and just amping damage on both sides. And obviously Vlad as well with some of those new items, stacking health and mana. Just combined, just completely changes how the champion works, with Riftmaker being so incredible right now on Vlad. And the more AP you build, the more health you get, and the more health you build, the more AP you get. And so many items now mixing across on both of those. It is, yeah, I actually really like that pick. Really like that pick.
It does fit their team identity of the AoE burst comp. Vlad also has tons of AoE burst with the ultimate damage amp as well. So Citadel, they're going to be trying to set this game front to back, have the front line of the Skarner and Blitzcrank prevent their backliners, the Jinx Talia, from getting bursted out. We'll see if they can do it. We'll see if they can pull it off. And we'll also see if Citadel are going to keep their early game dominance throughout this series, because it's really been a staple of their gameplay here. And them being in the driver's seat has been the basic gameplay loop that they've been going through.
Look, I'm just going to put it out there. Xiao Danny, you've stopped me from believing and then made me believe again. From Victor to Rise, just this game just bodied them with this Annie. Showed them how a 10-year-old wins a game of League of Legends.
Is that how Annie is 10 years old? We'll see. I've seen Annie's get extremely fed, super strong. Once you get that 3 item, you're just, as I said in the last series I casted, a walking nuke or a skipping nuke. You just walk around skipping, just blasting champions out of Summer's Rift here. And now it's up to that level 1. Xiao Danny, can you play the level 1? The auto attacks, weaving those in. The threat of this champion is just so strong at this phase of the game.
Yeah, let's see how this bot lane goes. We got hook on hook into... Always believed Zeri was like another attempt at a Jinx. Very same kind of style where it's like zaps and pews and sliding in and having just a good time. And it just didn't work as well. But I do really like this matchup. It is really fun to see Jinx and Zeri fight it out. It is the battle of Zaun. And right now it is Thresh getting the better as they do manage to get that play to pull the Blitzcrank in. A good bit of damage, but that level 2 will come true first for bot side. But no hook came out. Diamond being very, very cautious with these hooks. Doesn't want to overforce, doesn't want to do the wrong thing. And yeah, it seems like bot will be a little bit quieter than I expected in this level 2.
There's the factor of mana management on the Blitzcrank. Not a lot of mana regen, plus huge costs. Philip getting level 2, and the push-in on this Gnar here. So we'll see. Interested to see where the junglers are ending up. I didn't see their starting spots, as it looks like they're both on the same side. In the mid lane, Xiao Danny under threat. Flash being burned early here. Kenvi getting that one.
That's big. That's big. It's always good to burn a mid flash nice and early. It just applies so much for that lane. But an early recall coming through from Bradley here. As Xiao Danny going to drop a ward just where the Skarner came from. You saw that the red was taken. It's obviously going to be a swap for the Skarner up towards that top side. But there will be a TP back from Bradley picking up that tier. Also picking up a nice little ward for themselves. Be a little bit protective in that mid lane, as right now we will see an actual return to this bot side from Kenvi. There's no way they're going to gank from here. No way.
Oh, they do. And now they just have to land the shove combo here. And that is it. Stunned up as well. Wait, the Q doesn't go wide. First auto does pick it up. So Bradley picking up a very important kill. They punish the flashless Zhao Danny in the mid lane, and it's looking like their early game dominance is here to stay.
Early game dominance is here to stay, as we do see Instinct now going to take a small CS lead in the spot side, so a little bit of comfort coming through for Instinct onto the Jinx, at least for the moment. Nothing too much happening in the spot side. In the top side, Strumpist and Philip have been scrapping it out, as we do see health bars are both below half. At least Vlad will slowly regen that back up, but we do have the biscuits and pots available for Philip, so that'll be a long fight in that top side. Mid, Jowdani already feeling the wrath of the Skarner, as we do see the first hook. It does land perfectly onto Gorika, as who's going to step forward into this instead and wants to scrap it out, but decent work put through there. Yeah. See, you got to throw the traps in behind. It's one of those Jinx tricks you got to do. You got to separate the Thresh from the Zeri, no matter what happens. So if you pull the Thresh there, you throw it behind so Zeri can't follow it up, and you just try to get as much damage down as you can. You never try land it directly on top. So good idea. It's just it needed to land on the Thresh, not the Zeri.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mix-up there. But Gorka does pop the Ghost as well as the heal being used in that bot side so far. Zhao Danny, halfway through the flash cooldown, is almost going to be level 6 as the dragon does spawn. And right now, this is probably the most measured I've seen both these teams so far. Genvi is going to get hooked up. The lantern toss. Rosethorn is here. Do they have enough damage? Enough to force out the flash. And again, aggressive jungling from both sides. This time, Rosethorn is going to strike first.
Yeah, he's going to get the reverse punch and burn the flash of the jungler after jungler burn the flash of Zhao Danny and then kill Zhao Danny. But a flash forward from Rose. Rose is feeling very confident on this one as Zhao Danny. Look, Diamond is running into the wrong section of the map. This is the enemy's jungle, so this will be a kill. It's just how much time does Rosethorn want to spend trying to take down this Blitzcrank, because you know what, let's talk about the skins instead. That skin for Blitzcrank is amazing.
Very peak and easy to see on the map. F tier.
Look at the cat.
As questionable to flash towards the enemy base. Oh, here we go. Another engage. Kenvi. And it looks like they're just going to land this perfectly until he is range. Stun coming out. Tibbers is here. He's going to provide a lot of blocking, but not enough to stop the shove. Zhao Danny dropping extremely low. Kenvi picks up the kill. And it looks like they decided to start bullying Zhao Danny in the mid lane. Instead of trying to play the bot lane, they want to make sure this Annie's out of the game.
Yeah, it is the biggest threat on the team. When you look at the enemy team, you go, Zeri, yeah, Zeri moments exist. They can pop off, but we have Skarner and Nar, we should be okay. And you're looking at Vlad, and it's like, yeah, strong Vlad could do a lot. And you look at the Annie and go, oh my god, that will one-shot something. So that is something you do have to play for as Philip. Trying to get a little bit aggressive here, a little bit stylish, does get the pull, but Strumpist reverses the ult. Will try to get something back on this, but it will be a decent trade.
So Strumpist again on the mage. 4 mages top so far played. We'll see if this one works out as they are into Philip's Gnar here. They pick up the dragon. So first objective for UCI. The calmest game so far of the series. Both teams looking a bit nervous. They don't want to make the mistake that throws the game. And these have been very, very close games so far. Rosethorn going to get stunned. And now Kenvi is going to be in range because of that. They're going to try to knock down this Pantheon, but the invulnerability, now we have Diamond here, is going to really turn the fight in their favor. And the feat of warfare getting picked up. It was the calm, but it's now the storm, as that is going to be an aggressive lantern pull. Gorka wants to get the kill. They do get Bradley. Instincts here, but no mana. Can Gorka sustain through? They have Zhao Danny. They're going to get one more. This is a 2v2 now. Flashing away. Another double stun. Gorka is super low. Can they survive? That is going to be the pop-off here. But now Diamond's left alone with Annie in the pit. Those autos are actually doing so much damage, and we end up with just a 3 for 3 at 8 minutes.
Yeah, that is probably the most aggressive Zeri lantern in I've ever seen, but that was exceptionally well played. Rosethorn being a little bit overzealous here, doesn't really need to be in this position, but does manage to get a decent amount of damage out, and Zhao Danny does have a lot available to them, does get some stuns, but this is just not a fight you should be going for. But Chick-fil-A ends up going, you know what? Maybe we can fight this. And Gorica just says, okay, yeah, let's go. And here we go. Zhao Dani does come into the fight. Gorica with some great spacing here. There will be a reset coming through from the Jinx, which does make the difference here in this fight. But great movement, great positioning, constantly kiting backwards, getting everything they can out. And just one more auto onto that Jinx, and it would have been a massive turnaround victory for the Zeri. But it does bring them back into the game. Jinx obviously gets a lot more out of that one, but UCI are not going down without a fight. They don't care what happens there. They'll scrap it out.
Yeah, that was a gutsy lantern. I have to give credit there. And it turned out to be a pretty decent play in the end, as they are going to be able to even up in those kills. Right now, Gorica and Instinct both have a BF sword, so it looks like they're both on pace. Boots completed early for Instinct here. We'll see if that ends up being a factor. Right now, no clear objective.
No, this is once again lull state moments in the games. This is where junglers will be hitting their kind of like ready to ult marks. They'll be looking for something to play for. As here we go, we're going to see a lot to play for here, but we do have Kenvi. He does get 2. Gorica with great setup as well, though the ult is available. The damage is starting to come through, but they can't slide over that wall as 2 quick kills come through for Kenvi. And Diamond is low. Gorica desperately wants to go over that wall, but can't. And Kenvi setting up, has a rock in their hands. This is not what you want to be looking at right now. No, there is no way out of this one, as Gorica will fall. Instinct on a killing spree. And look, this is desperate times, Crims. Desperate.
Well, Gorica does get first item, but yes, that is not the best look. Instinct again, getting a lot of kills and gold in their pocket. John Danny trying to hold this wave. I mean, great play. Kenvi found an opportune angle. Wasn't perfectly microed, but it was a solid enough play to pick up kills, and now Instinct is further in a better position. Trumpest going to try to get the heal. Does trade the heal pretty well there. But we've seen this so many times in the series. Look, we see this gold lead, and maybe you're worried for UCI. But what if I told you this was the same for every single game so far? 3K gold lead don't mean nothing in this series.
No, it doesn't. We've seen it before. It doesn't matter how far ahead Citadel get. They can throw, and they've been known to, but Kenvi will land onto the Thresh. Thresh does not have flash, does have a heal, but will not be burning it, as there is nothing that can be done, and just, it's cyberbullying in the bot lane.
Kenvi's really gearing up the team for a victory here. 4-1-5. That is a 9 KP. Meanwhile, Zhao Danny is taking some rocks to the face in the mid lane. Kenvi going for the extension here. That's going to be stunned up under the turret as well. Zhao Danny can get out alive. But right now, Rosethorn looking a little asleep at the wheel, Satyr. Kenvi is so active on the map on the Skarner. And yet Rosethorn has only found a little bit of plays. Instinct here now blocking off with the traps, but that's not enough versus a flash in Gorica. So Rosethorn does activate. But again, I mean, Kenvi's done so much damage already to the map state.
Yeah, a lot more has been done by Kenvi right now. 4-1-5, 100% kill participation. Kenvi constantly looking for plays on plays, and going to be looking for another one right here, right now, as they might go to try slice through this wall. Diamond looking, will land the hook. Zhao Danny caught shopping. Free kill.
Does not have the mind's eye for that one. Meanwhile, Kenvi, we were singing their praises, gets caught in the mid lane, walking straight into a hook from Cerulean. Flash for flash in that mid lane. And it looks like they're able to pick up another dragon. So, I mean, look, this gold lead it's wavering. It's a sine wave. It goes up and down. It is just going to be like that. That's the nature of these two teams. But something that we can say is the 2 dragons for the side of UCI. Meanwhile, topside Philip is under threat. Does not have the flash TP. He's not up either. Rosethorn going to use that for the movement speed boost here. And now in mini form, Mini Gnar is not very survivable. That's another kill. And UCI, again, clawing back in the game, finding angles. 3K doesn't matter, Satyr.
Never does. It never does. These games have... The goal does not matter in these games. Genuinely. been back and forth, up and down, constantly scrapping these ones out. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this last game is going to go, because I genuinely think it could just come down to one of those big fights. And the biggest thing for me, standing out to me right now, Crims, is the fact that UCI have gotten the better of the objective game, which something is that Citadel have been so solidified in. They're constantly looking for the best way to get all the objectives, set themselves up for extra win conditions. But this time around, UCI are just playing it better. They're in better positions. They're getting the drakes. They're getting the grubs. And although Kenvi has been all over the map, Rosethorn is still getting all the objectives.
That was a nice little trap set by UCI, but it was not sprung. Bradley's going to survive today. But look at this. They're going to fully invade this topside jungle. Now Zhao Danny in a bit of a pickle as they're going to walk on through here. Envy in an aggressive position. Does Zhao Danny know they're in danger? They're sticking around. It doesn't look like they are wise to this. And now that Envy's here, Diamond's here for the hook, it looks like they're going to go ahead and sink their teeth into this Annie. And Rosethorn making an appearance, but that was not a wise play. Lantern might save the day. Borka's here. Talia going to use the ultimate to cut them off, gain some distance. Oh, Diamond hits the hook. Can they pick up an extra kill on this rest of the Flay? Gonna pull them in. Gorka using the ultimate now. But with the gets excited from Instinct, having a hard time finding a way through this team fight here. Both health pools way too low on the side of UCI. And again, springing back is a play from Citadel.
Yeah, just a little bit too aggressive there coming in from Rosethorn. While on the bot side, we also saw that Philip did pick up a tower in the face of Strompest, who is going to attempt to steal that Gromp back from the thief that was Nar, as they do manage to get that. But look, there's still Drakes coming up in just 2 minutes' time. Rosethorn looking to complete their third one, set themselves up nicely for a Mountain Soul, and that would definitely help deal with some of these damage dealers that will be coming through from the side with the Jinx and the Talia. So there's a very, very big opportunity for them to unlock a win condition in these team fights, which we've seen them excel in time and time again.
You see I have the fast track on the Dragons here, as it looks like it carries still pretty neck and neck on the items. Rift Herald looking like that is going to be in the sights of Citadel here. They're picking that up. Great control over the jungle. A lot of blue vision going down. Not so much red. They're trying to push up mid lane here. They could be giving up a lot on the bot side of the map, but no contest for UCI.
Nope, no contests so far, as we will see. Going to be the first objective picked up here by Citadel, and this is their chance to maybe break open a good fight as well, because you get that free reset from the Jinx if they can auto the tower before the Rift Herald hits it and takes it. You can try and excel that into a team fight, really build up a bit of momentum running into that one, as we do have Bradley sitting in the midst of three. I don't think they realize that there's three people there. They do have some help from the Ishtal Protector, but don't need to be going that deep for something. It's just a red. It's just,
I don't even
chill.
think there was a red. No one has red.
No, there wasn't even a red there. They were just trying to invade.
They just want to fight. Can't say no to that here in this series. Mid lane, now the defense for UCI. Rift Herald coming through, probably going to be able to smash this turret to bits. And it's looking like Citadel are in position to be picking up the dragon as well. Just going to fall back to the dragon after this crashes. Oh, Diamond playing aggressively. Hook was probably a factor. And now Rosethorn looking for the angle on the Bradley. They do get the stun. Hook's going to go wide. That is not the combination they're looking for. Instinct now exposed to Strompest, who's diving. Look at the chunks of HP falling off. Instinct goes down. Huge teamfight factor has been removed. Rosethorn getting knocked back. Strompest going in. Kenvi is getting lower and lower. Rosethorn over the wall. Now they're on to Bradley. They've picked up a flash. Now Kenvi's going to fall. This is looking like this could be the dragon. Rosethorn's still alive. 3 dragons in a row. UCI are looking like they want to claim that soul.
UCI moment. Where they just said it, and it works. Zhao Danny is in a lot of trouble though, as Philip is getting the better of this fight, and the knock into the wall. Don't think Tibbers will be able to beat down that prehistoric Yordle, as the rocket will come through. No steals today. You're not playing Jin. You're not getting another one, but We get a replay of what exactly happened here. So hook to hook. Gorica does have to flash away from that one as the rest of the team do. To slowly collapse onto the rest. Rose Thorn, a great setup onto Bradley. But this is the damage you have to talk about. Strompest, 1, 2, and even the spear coming from Pantheon as well. There was no chance of that Jinx surviving that one. Flash and cleanse kept. I think that was a very good choice. But look at Strompest, how aggressively they can play. They can go so far forward as Rosethorn jumps over the wall to get onto Bradley. They jump back. It goes back and forth, and Bradley does manage to survive, but just aggression on aggression coming from UCI, setting themselves up to bring them back into the game. And it's now less than 3k, while we were looking at 5k before.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to spring back and forth. Gold lead so inconsistent here, but I think the big factor, Philip wasn't there at all. I don't know what the TP was. Okay, Zhao Danny. Zhao Danny's new biggest enemy is Philip here, but that is going to be the kill. Rose Thorn.
I don't think there's much that can be done there. I like the Annie will scale. We don't have to worry about that. But Philip is just having a hell of a time with that Wit's End and that top side. Having built that for the Vlad and then going up against the Annie, Philip is well equipped to deal with both of these solo laners.
UCI picking up that third dragon. I have a big deal here, Sater, because now they can threaten that soul in 3 minutes. Citadel are heavily influenced to be making a defense of the dragon soul or trying to get it themselves. And so that could really skew the fights into UCI's favor here. They put themselves, despite the gold difference, they put themselves in terms of game state in a pretty good position. The map control is not there, though. So I think UCI probably going to need to solve that if they want to get a foothold in this game.
Yeah, this is a nice cheeky little take here with no spot coming through. They're finally going to notice that it is happening, as we did have a slight disconnect for a second there from Rosethorn, but they will actually peel off this and look for the fight as they've got everything onto Rosethorn right here, but the Ishtal, there was a pause.
Dramatic pause. Right now, Instinct is pretty low. It's going to spring to action at any moment here. What? Everyone on bated breath. Rosethorn is still alive for the moment. It's healing up. How is Rosethorn still living here? UCI are slaughtering Citadel. From that freeze frame, I had no idea that was going to happen.
Yeah, they somehow won that one. Instinct had to peel off. Didn't get the kill onto Rosethorn. The shield was enough.
You know those videos like there's like a freeze frame and it's like predict what will happen next. Yeah, I did not have that in the books. No death. Rosethorn lives through the whole thing.
Razork moment, but right now we will see Strompest with the aid of the Thresh now. Flash is available for Philip though, so they should be able to make some space for themselves, but how much space can you make? There's the flash. There it is. Flash for Flash in the end, but advantage towards Strompest.
Strompest getting the better that time here as we get to see a clean plate here. So intake super low. The Rockets land, but just stalling out with the invincibility here and getting the autos to heal. Gorka gets the kill onto Bradley. Again, Bradley just unfortunately getting blown up in that position here. And now without Instinct and Bradley, there's no way to win these fights. But man, just the aggression coming out of both of these teams here. Third dragon coming in at 1 minute. And now you have to feel for Citadel. There's a lot of pressure on this dragon coming up. Because if you don't win this fight, winning the rest of this game versus a Dragon Soul is a very difficult uphill battle.
Yeah. Xiao Danny looking now with that Void Staff, with the Malignance. Looking to just get one big good ult off onto a key target with that cleanse available on Instinct. It might even just be Bradley might be the target, as Xiao Danny has been a Bradley Slayer for most of these games. So keep an eye on the Tibbers and see who their target might be. But Kenvi hovering.
Oh, top lane, 1v1, Mininar. Meanwhile, bot side, Rosethorn trapped in with the wall, but nothing going to be capitalized in this moment. Top side, that's going to be a free turret, as right now Strompest cannot 1v1 this Gnar. To be expected. Meanwhile, Dragon coming up in 8 seconds. No TP on Strumpest. Cannot be here. Meanwhile, Philip is going to be able to back. Oh, this is very, very dangerous for Rosethorn. Ultimate at any point. Zhao Danny's here. They're going to be able to throw their damage onto Kenvi, who misses the ultimate. Flash out and the hook going to draw Rosethorn back in, stalling with the invulnerability. Philip is here, going to be just running down this Thresh. Okay. Citadel, you've got yourself position on this Dragon. Don't go too crazy. Zhao Danny trying to make an escape. It's looking like it's going to be quite difficult. Still has the CC, still has the abilities. Off cooldown. Can they survive? No. Looks like that's going to be instant pick up the kill. Dragon is going to be available here. Philip is charging up the Narvar again. I think UCI are going to have to make an exit or they're going to pay.
Yeah, they're not going to overforce for this one. It is just the first Drake here for the side of Citadel. So they should be calm enough on this one. I think one of the more important things we have to know is that Akatan has already went over to the side of UCI. They've got the 3 grubs. They've got 3 Drakes. Baron and next Drake will be the 2 big ones for them. I don't think this game should go to an Elder. I think it should be a real one big fight and done like we've seen previously. But it wouldn't be like an NA team to decide that let's just keep Seder up till 2 in the morning.
I think they want you to lose as much sleep as possible any way they can. As Kenmi's going to just be clearing the jungle here. So the nice thing about being this many dragons up, right, is that you're not forced to go to the dragon if you don't want to. If the fight looks sketchy, or if you think you could make a better trade with these turrets, which, by the way, Citadel have all the turrets up on their side. If you think you can get like 3 turrets, 2 turrets for a dragon trade, might be worth considering.
Might be worth considering. I'm just looking over the items right now. I'm not really a big fan of that Phantom Dancer coming out from the Jinx. I just prefer Runins on Jinx. I just think it's easier for you to get your damage out when it's splashing constantly. But that's just me personally. While we do look towards Strumpus now in the spot side, who's got assistance from Rosethorn as they try to collapse onto Philip, who is making their best escape, but will fail in that, and they will pick up a pick on the bot side of the map as they try and get to that mid. This is their chance to maybe open up some of those towers. They haven't got any so far.
They're looking very aggressive, and they're looking at Instinct here as that hook goes wide from Cerulean. Looks like there was some kind of aggressive play that was in mind, but will be fizzling out here. Rosethorn gonna dodge the zap with a lantern. I feel like they could have just pushed in bot lane though, and maybe they would have gotten a turret by now. Hard to say.
Possibly. Quite possibly, but
it's very hard.
It's such a tense game right now, Crims. It's very, very tense. As there is this like, it's almost like blood in the air. You can taste it. You know the fight is coming. You know it's all going to just blow up in a couple of seconds.
Just tension, anxiety.
Like sharks with blood in the water. Like is Kenvi just going to send it and try and flash and grab 4 members? Is Rika going to slide over a wall like a demon and start shooting and blasting and pew pew? Like,
yeah,
anything could happen.
There's a lot available to both these teams here. And I think in 2 minutes, all summoners could be up. And that is just a recipe for a very chaotic fight. So we'll see what's going to happen. If both teams want to take a chill pill, feel like they'd rather fight at full strength, don't want to invest for a play down the line, or if they want to save, it's all up to this moment here as they're going for some vision play. Kenvi is going to get stopped. Hook's going to land. Half HP here. Bradley going to set up a nice wall. Kenvi is pulling, but there is no damage. Ultimate already used. Gorka now going to be using the ultimate. Zhao Danny doesn't have the Tibber stun. It just wasn't there, but they still pick up a bunch of kills. Tibber's blocking a bunch of damage. Gorka going to get stunned, but now Philip is on the flank, but flanking for what? You're a mini Gnar. What are you going to do in this situation? Strumpest is here. Can they turn around for the Baron? Flash stun. Bradley dropping really low. Still alive with the shield. Instinct does help get the kill. Rosethorn going to help finish it off. Gorka still alive. Strumpest is going to fall. Instinct now with the gets excited, and somehow that fight goes back in the favor of Citadel. UCI now on the back foot.
spending too much time trying to kill the things around the Jinx instead of just killing the Jinx. The Jinx is the damage. The Jinx got resets, and it just seemed so like, oh, can we do this? Can we do this? Can we do this?
Okay.
And they just weren't getting it.
Wow, this is insane of a read. If they get this one here, it's at 9K.
They saw enough
Philip,
wards. They walked over 3 wards. They have to know.
5K. Kenvy's gonna make it in time. Their HP is pretty low. Maybe it depends how gutsy Gorka is. Oh, they do get it. And what a call out from Citadel. Very confident in their ability to get the Baron. 80 carries all you need to pick up that buff.
Yeah, we start to see Jinx build towards that Bloodthirster. Not going towards that armor penetration, which I expected, but what looked like a great catch on the Kenvy here. Great wall coming through to cut Garrick off and force them to come back in. Great silence as well from Diamond, but here we go. Danny doesn't have the stun available, and just as they get it,
one spell
falls
away
apart. Yeah, but this Chick-fil-A gives the first reset, and we start to see a little bit of damage.
Well, time to go back to live here because we have a dragon dropping super low. Rosethorn finding some aggressive play. Lantern back to safety. Kemi pushing up. Lantern go wide and onto 2. Kemi's got 2. Shout Danny's dropping extremely low. Cerulean as well gonna drop. Rosethorn in the back line with Strong Pest. Can they get the kill? The dragon secured for the side of Citadel. Philip trying to make their way out. Rosethorn's still alive, but it's not enough to win the team fight. Citadel decisive victory again. And Strumpus going to be trying to find an exit here. Citadel winning back-to-back, starting to build the confidence. Now UCI might be a little bit worried.
Might be a little bit worried. Strumpus doing their very best here to try to get something back in terms of just buying time. And they've bought a good 10 seconds, but it is still Philip pushing in that bot side. Full reset should come out from Citadel now as their Baron is just about to wear off. There's a minute and a half left. That they don't really have the time with the resets coming through for the likes of Xiao Danny, and they will just go for a full clear in the jungle, get some items, but they're getting pretty strong here. And how much longer do you think this can go on before Citadel finally close it out?
The map dominance starting to build. The plays in the favor of Citadel. Instinct, 3.5 items. Actually, it's just about to complete the Bloodthirster, and it's just going to be extremely difficult to take this 80 carry out of the fight. Gorka, though, is matching with the 4 items. But the real problem right now is Xiao Danny versus Philip here. Oh, the boomerangs just tearing them apart. Can't play this 1v1 Philip. Philip might be the hero in the side lane for the side of Citadel. Looking like Bradley also going to be playing aggressively on the top side. They're going to go for the inhibitor turrets here because of this man advantage just bought by Philip.
No more scaling mages for Xiao Danny ever again, please. Just bullies. Just bully everyone, Xiao Danny. I know you can do it. You have the strength. Just use it. But Danny not being a factor in this game, 4, 10, and 7, and not being able to set up the rest of the team as they want, while right now it is just all 3 lanes being pushed in. The strength across the board as Jinx gets a reset, which means that inhib will fall very, very quickly. They'll move slowly towards the mid lane, and Garrick trying to make a decision on where to go right now, but they don't know where to go as Kenvy will get the pull, will suppress, and that'll be Garrick in a load of trouble, but they managed to ult. The sparks are flying, they're landing the autos, they're still moving forward, the rest of the team just not there yet, and Kenvy, here we go.
Oh, Cerulean, the hook doesn't land. And unfortunately, Gorka could play that so well. Strumpus, gonna be able to pull. Not gonna be stunned up here. Diamond has the hook. Are they going to pull the trigger? The answer is no. Gorka farming up over the wall. They're gonna lose another inhib. Philip now in mini Narm form. No slow gonna be landed. Can they get this kill? Philip is so squirmy on this Gnar here. Stromp going in. Rosethorn, Bradley's dropping really low. They find Bradley again, but now Gorka's going to drop. Huge teamfight 80 carry is down. Philip's going to be in Mega Gnar form as well. Rosethorn's dropping super low. The invulnerability is not here. Is still surviving, but not for much longer. Kenvy is up with just a sliver of HP that falls. Xiao Danny's up. Strong passes up. That's a lot of minion clear, but are they going to be afforded enough space to save the base here? Diamond half HP. Philip does lose the null magic, is going to be able to hit these minions. Joe Danny does not have Tibbers, does have Flash though, so they can't play too overly aggressive. Philip does have TP. Philip might be able to back and TP here. Joe Danny got to flash forward. They are going to be looking for Diamond. They do pick up the kill. Instinct looking straight onto the turret. Joe Danny going to drop. Now getting excited. Just going to go straight for the win. Stunning into the wall. Strumpus is going to try to win, but they steal victory. Citadel, in the end, are going to be the victors of this BO5.
Geez, that is a series and a half. That is a series and a half, from the picks to the games to the fights to everything we saw. And I really thought that was Strompus's game to just take over. I saw that mid-game fight with Strompus just getting to the back line. I was like, yes, Strompus, show up, do your best, kill everything. And just Instinct was so well protected.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of UCI, Philip in the 1v1 on the side lane. Absolute monster. No way for Vlad or the Annie to 1v1, and just Philip took so much advantage of that. Look at the damage. Is the highest damage in the game as well. So pretty much earned in their ability to dominate on the side lane there. And Citadel picking up a win, securing their place in the winners bracket here. Sater, that was an amazing series.
It was all the way through every single game. There was points where we could go back and we could just break it down and analyze it. There were so many beautiful like team fights and micro decisions, macro decisions, from UCI in game 5 to their control around Drakes to going to game 1 and how Citadel systematically tore them apart and made it look like this was going to be a straight trio. And then comebacks and moments, and Giordani flashing over walls to kill Bradley on Jace, to Gorica's Kog'Maw rundowns, to like there was so many, and like the Nico 4-man knockup in game 2 from Diamond. Like there was, everyone had a moment of absolute perfect plays, but the mistakes from some of the teams and some of the games were just too much to overcome.
And I think I'm going to give a really good shout out to Kenvy in that last game, because it's game 5. You know, the tension is there, the anxiety. You don't want to make a mistake, but confidently give Citadel a huge lead, massive KP in the early game, and just putting their team in a comfy spot for victory.
Yeah, Kenvy dominated that early game, although we did see Rosethorn do quite well in terms of getting the early objectives and giving themselves that kind of like buffer to try and set themselves up for that late game, but it was just too much. And even that last impale onto Gorica to pull them out, and although it looked like it might have been a turnaround, as soon as the kind of the switch flipped, it was done, and that was game. So yeah, really, really big shout out for Kenvy. Bradley, the Galio game, the Faker moment in topside where they just lived. Philip, Yorick, and Nar, 2 champions that have been historically played against each other, but played both of them to near perfection. Instincts Ezreal, although that was a losing game, looked very, very good. Looked very, very scary, but obviously the carry games towards the end and the beginning. And Diamond, the Nico. That was terrifying. Really, really impressive.
Yeah, I think Citadel, honestly, everyone played really good on their team. No clear standout. Each one had their moment in their individual games to bring victory. Bradley on the Hui, this game on the Talia doing tons of damage as well. And I mean, Philip, solid throughout the entire series there, Sater. With that, UCI are going to be falling to the losers bracket. Unfortunately for them, they kept it close throughout, but they're going to have to fight their way back if they want to find a rematch. And now Citadel, just one more game before they get themselves into a nice grand finals winner bracket run. Sater, that's it for us here today, but I'm going to give you the final words as we close on out here for Titan Esports.
Final words. Yeah, tune in next week for all the best that Titan has to offer, because we will be starting up our brand new split on the 26th, I believe, which for me is just 24 hours away, but for the rest of you is 2 days away because I'm from Europe. But do tune in for the rest of it. Also, we do have more games tomorrow from the NACL, 2 best of 3s. I believe Crims might be on one of those casts.
Yeah.
Are you on one tomorrow?
Those,
I think you're on one of those tomorrow. Yeah, you'll have more of him. I'm not coming around tomorrow because I've been up till 2 in the morning. So you're not getting any more of me. You've had enough of me at this stage. So we will see you all very, very soon for more Titan, more NACL, and a lot more League of Legends. We'll see you all soon. Have a good night. Peace.